Shimla, but there will be another meeting. Chennai is another venue which has also been mentioned. Mamta apparently has said, I'm happy to hold such a meeting in Kolkata as well. Clearly suggests that there is a desire to continue the dialogue, which may suit the Congress. The Congress, remember, is the elephant in the room, because how much will they concede to these smaller parties is the big question mark. And the Congress may ideally want to wait till the winter elections are done before widening the alliance and conceding more. So I think all sides will buy time for now, but the dialogue will continue. There is no breakdown at this meeting. There may be no major breakthrough either.
So no breakdown, but no breakthrough either. It's status quo, but the fact that, Rajdeep, there will now be definitely a second meeting. But how is it that even the convener has not been picked where the Mahagathbandhan is concerned? And importantly, Rajdeep, if the Congress is of the opinion that they're going to wait out for the winter elections to take place, then Lok Sabha is practically done and called then. Because how are you even going to contemplate a one-seat, one-party candidate?
Well, you know, there is some talk of setting up a committee of some of the senior leaders, Nitish, Kumar, Sharad Pawar, Mallikarjun Kharge, Mamta Banerjee. Whether that will be, whether there'll be a convener of that, whether, what will be the exact role of the committee of these senior leaders is unclear. You're right that, how do you in January this year sit across a table and agree to 300, 400 seats? But that, we are told, is the final destination. So what you're seeing today in Patna is expected over the next 6 months to build into a situation where they will agree to contest, 300 seats with a single candidate. The two crucial players there are Mamta Banerjee and Arvind Kejriwal. How will Mr. Kejriwal and the Congress work this out in Punjab, in Delhi, in Haryana, in Chandigarh? And how will Mamta Banerjee work it out with the left and the Congress in Bengal? Because between these two, between Bengal and the northern states where AAP has influence, you're talking about 75 seats. In the Hindi heartland, there's a sense in central India, the Congress will get priority in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan. Uttar Pradesh is a tricky state. Remember, Mayawati is not here, not invited. KCR not invited. Naveen Patnaik not invited. Jagan Reddy not invited. Chandrababu Naidu, who was an architect of a similar alliance 5 years ago, not there. In fact, talking, we are told, to the BJP at the moment. So it's significant that a number of other opposition players are keeping their options open. So what you're seeing is, I think, significant, but not significant enough just yet.
One quick question before we let you go.
The press conference is about to start.
Rajdeep, one quick question before we let you go.
Go ahead.
Because there are camps within camps. Mamta, Arvind Kejriwal, Akhilesh seemingly have ganged up there. But having said that, who's playing the interlocutors? Is it Mr. Sharad Pawar? Is it Mr. Uddhav Thackeray?
No, I think the two leaders who, as I said, lead what I call the pragmatist group here are, or three of them, I would say, Nitish, Lalu and Sharad Pawar. Lalu Prasad has had an important role in convincing the likes of Rahul Gandhi that they have to be there in meetings like this. Sharad Pawar says, look, I've managed to do it in Maharashtra. If I could do it in Maharashtra, why can't you do it nationally? So I think these are two leaders. Meanwhile, I'm being called and told I'll be left out of the presser if I don't
go ahead.
Away.
We're going to let Rajdeep.
I must go and see.
Go ahead, Rajdeep. Go ahead. We're going to get you right after the press conference. Moshmi is also there, who's joining us. Moshmi, that press conference finally taking place is what we have been given to believe. But what are your sources telling you, Moshmi? Rajdeep gave us a sense that there are no big takeaways, but for the opposition on the ground which it actually came to meet on, could be a good thing. So no breakthrough, but no breakdown. Round 2 now possibly in Shimla.
Right, Preeti. Importantly, our sources do tell us, confirm that the next meeting is slotted for Shimla. It's going to be a 2-day meeting as of now. That could change. But yes, between Raipur and Shimla, these two places were mooted earlier by Rahul Gandhi. And now, perhaps, the other opposition parties are ready to take the red carpet welcome from the Congress party. So a lot happening in the parleys and in this meeting of the opposition. And we will have to, I'm in that press conference room. You can see the mics. Sanjay, just show the podium. You can see the dais. On the dais, about 12 about a dozen mics, so almost 16 parties participating and a dozen mics being put there. We'll have to wait and see. Interestingly, each and every सर आगे जाना है थोड़ा सा नेम प्लेट्स दिखानी है संजय आइए तो यहाँ पे so you can see Preeti that each and every chair has a plate. So often the seating arrangements are of course decoded and meanings made out of leaders sitting next to each other. So very interesting. There you can see even the chairs which are behind, perhaps those will be the non-speakers. There are names on those chairs as well. So this is the mega optics that is rolling out from Patna. Nitish Kumar playing the host, perhaps pitching for the convener's post in this mega alliance of sorts before the 2024 elections. There's a lot of buzz in the air. We'll have to see what are the big takeaways. But once and for all, the much-awaited opposition meeting happened, and now the press conference is also happening. So many netas in the opposition will be heaving a sigh of relief. It's after a lot of ego massages, a lot of misunderstandings and understandings that they have come to this, and now perhaps it's time to cross the bridge.
Well, one thing you're bang on, Moshmi, I'd like to really see what the seating arrangement is, because these are not second in line of political parties. These are the top bosses. They are party leaders, and how will that, and who actually put the name tags on those chairs, and was it vetted, not vetted? You and I both know what really goes down behind the scenes on an event, something, like this. But what are we expecting, Moshmi? Nitish Kumar would have thought that he would have been, the chosen consensus candidate where convener was concerned. How is it that he wasn't appointed convener?
So there must be, Preeti, because there was a very short time and all the many leaders arrived in the morning. It's already post noon and many netas have to head back. Perhaps these are all party chiefs, as you rightly said. So the contours of what's going to follow, what's going to happen in future could possibly be worked out. That will give them reason enough to meet soon, is what one can understand. And perhaps that's one takeaway that one was expecting, that a convener would be announced, so coordination would be easy. But credit has to be given to Nitish Kumar on this one, because it's not easy. I've seen UPA meetings, I've seen Sonia Gandhi holding meetings with various netas, and there have been a lot of miscoordinations earlier. So this time round, the optics, all the big chiefs are here, and perhaps they would be coming in. There you can see that Pawan Khera and Gurdeep Sappal, who's attached to the president's office, Congress president's office, sitting in that right extreme corner. So perhaps they would be discussing that it's our turn next, and how we would be working the invitees out and ensuring their presence, because they have to agree on the fact that regional disparities, there can be regional issues that cannot be around. In fact, weaken this alliance, which is for a bigger purpose, and that is about defeating Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So perhaps, I could say that this is an icebreaker of sorts, the entire mega opposition meet.
Moshmi,
as they called it,
just stay with me. I'm coming right back. Give us a minute. Also, if you keep your camera focused, because I understand there's a signal issue, so your image is getting a little fragmented. Just keep it focused. Coming right back in a minute. I want to pull in Rahul Srivastava, our National Affairs editor, into this conversation. Rahul, is it at least, would the opposition parties today go back with a sense of purpose? Has there been a takeaway? Because as Rajdeep says, there's been no breakdown, but there's been no breakthrough. For the opposition party, and from where it's come from, I would think that's a good thing.
Yes, Preeti, I've been saying that the idea that all of them got together is it creating a visible template. There is in this meeting, there was unanimity for unity. That's another template in terms of why they are coming together. They have to beat Narendra Modi. Rahul Gandhi, Congress leader, saying that the party would be ready to make sacrifices. Another plus. But beyond that, I think if I be the devil's advocate, how is what we have today different from day before yesterday? There was a broad consensus, say among 20 odd parties, that Narendra Modi needs to be defeated and we all need to come together. So where has this meeting moved? We may say that there was no breakdown, but this meeting was not called for breakdown. This was called for technically what opposition supporters will be looking for, a breakthrough. And that is why I say that this meeting is a step forward, but is it a very significant step forward? I think one will have to wait for Shimla. The only good sign which I see is the agreement for meeting in Shimla, because at least those who are opposed to the Congress are not opposing the Congress on sheer nitty-gritties of the logistics and local location of a meeting. They are not saying that the Congress cannot hold a meeting in its own state and try to portray that it is the leader of the pack. I think that's the only one big positive from this meeting.
Let's cut across back right now where that press conference hall is concerned. Maushmi is with us. Joining us with Maushmi will be Rajdeep Sardesai. But Maushmi, you know, it's interesting because has there been a climb down where the Congress is concerned? Because earlier on, it was very important to political parties like the TMC, like the Aam Aadmi Party, even the Samajwadi Party, that the venue of meet be neutral. Therefore, Bihar, Patna was picked. The sheer fact that there's a confirmation coming in that the next venue is Shimla and possibly not Patna, or maybe even what Mamta Banerjee suggested at one point of time, Kolkata. Is there a climb down? Is there a consensus reached by political parties averse to the Congress like TMC and Aam Aadmi Party, which will say, okay, we'll come to Shimla? Has there been some understanding on that ground?
Preeti, I remember the saying that there are no free lunches. So it's very important the political parties get on the table, and this time round Rajdeep is joining us, and we can check, we can ask Rajdeep also that question. Rajdeep, is there a class as far as the Congress party is concerned? There's going to be a next meeting is slotted in Shimla. That's what Preeti is asking.
That's right. I think it's significant. I've just checked that the retreat, they're calling it a retreat, will be held in Shimla sometime in the month of August, when summer is at its sort of peak in a way, straight after the parliament session. What they're planning is after the parliament session, retreat that the Congress party will organize. There's also talk of a committee being set up. Who those members will be is not clear, but a committee of senior members who will be tasked with specifically talking to different parties, like who talks to a Naveen Patnaik, who talks to a Jagan Reddy. A senior leader was at the meeting, said we are not ruling out the possibility that even others who didn't attend today's meeting, the likes of JDS, who apparently is in conversation with BJP, we can reach out to them as well. So I think at the moment the effort is to keep the conversation going. It's not as if there's been a major breakthrough, but you're absolutely right, Maushmi. The very fact that the next meeting will be held in a Congress-ruled state is a sign that the Congress at least is also investing in the idea of building up this grand alliance. So,
Maushmi, that's my question. If you can also take it to Rajdeep. It's interesting because there seems to be a climb down where the Congress is concerned, Maushmi. So, will the likes of the Aam Aadmi Party, which threatened a walkout, the likes of Mamta Banerjee, which have made it very clear that doesn't want the Congress coming into West Bengal where Lok Sabha is concerned, and of course the ties with the left where the Congress is concerned, she's constantly questioned it. Will these two parties, have they agreed to come to Shimla as well?
Right, so Preeti is asking whether the TMC and the left have agreed to come to Shimla. The fact
Not
is
left,
that
the Aam Aadmi Party.
That's a tie which is, they're both pitched opposite each other. Absolutely. And also the Aam Aadmi.
Absolutely, and the thing significantly, Maushmi, is that in the next few weeks we've got a Panchayat poll where you've got, the TMC, left, Congress fighting each other. So I think there are practical difficulties, but that together this grand alliance just yet, I think it's premature. A lot of challenges still lie ahead. As you can see, Lalu Prasad is the first with Sharad Pawar, and these are the two I call the pragmatists. Lalu and Mr. Pawar are seen as the pragmatists who want this alliance at all costs. In fact, Lalu had an important role, Moshmi, I'm told, in also convincing Rahul Gandhi that he must be here at this meeting. So it's interesting, Lalu, who's not kept very well, is here. And I think he and Sharad Pawar...
He's seated right in the center.
That's right. And he and Sharad Pawar are from two states where, you know, seemingly impossible alliances have been crafted once again.
And there, Mr. Raja is giving a victory sign. Not yet. It's too early, right? He's giving a thumbs up sign.
Look, Mr. Raja and the left have very little at stake. So I don't think his victory sign is going to make any difference. But you know, the very fact that all these leaders are coming together in Patna in the manner that they have, I think will be seen by them as a positive. But Delhi durast. Let's be very honest. There's a long way to go for this alliance to fructify into something major.
There's a long way to go. And the fact that Lalu and Mamta share a very great rapport. We saw it yesterday when she went and met him. Right there, you know, she just walks in.
This is the closest that I think you'll see Mamta and Sitaram Yechuri. You know, virtually 10 feet from each other. And, you know, the very fact that you have them across a table suggests how much politics has changed.
And who's going to sit next to Akhilesh Yadav? Is it going to be Rahul Gandhi, Rajdeep?
We'll, you know, as you can see, you've got, you know, it's interesting that... It's interesting that you've got Mr. Lalu Prasad in the center.
Right, so Lalu Prasad is in the center.
And Lalu Prasad Yadav is in the center, while his son Tejasvi, Deputy Chief Minister, is with Akhilesh at one side. And Mallikarjun Kharge is next to Nitish Kumar, and then Rahul Gandhi next to him. I don't think we can read too much into that, but the very fact that all the leaders, they made it a point to say the press conference will be addressed by leaders, not by spokespersons.
Importantly, and here you can see that the chair next to Akhilesh Yadav, Preeti, is still empty. There's nobody sitting right there. Mallikarjun Kharge right there in the center, along with Nitish Kumar and Lalu Yadav. And very interesting, Uddhav Thackeray is right there. Mehbooba Mufti also seated. And we're waiting, I think somebody has to come between Akhilesh Yadav
My
and,
bet is it's going to be Arvind Kejriwal, Moshmi.
Go on, your question. You're absolutely right, because that's the only chair vacant, and you know Kejriwal takes the longest time when you know, it's usually the chief guest who comes in the latest, but too much, not to read too much into the lines, but I think everybody is waiting for Mr. Kejriwal to come in.
Is it
Mr.
because,
Yechuri is
Moshmi,
talking to Nitish
is there
Kumar.
still...
Rahul Gandhi is curiously looking on, yes?
No, Moshmi, the question is,
Yes,
the absence of Arvind Kejriwal, is the Aam Aadmi Party still hedging? Because going to Shimla would mean, because they've already postured that they will walk out of this meeting if there is no consensus by the Congress on support of the ordinance in Rajya Sabha. Because no members of the Aam Aadmi Party is there. I don't see Sanjay Singh, I don't see...
They are still...
Yes, go ahead.
Of course, they would. When Arvind comes, they will come in. But I don't know yet that he is coming in or not coming in. His chair is vacant, and you know, Yechuri is trying to talk to Rahul Gandhi. Nitish comes closer to the mic. So here you are. Arvind Kejriwal, as you rightly said, is not yet here. Rahul Gandhi looks back, speaking to KC Venugopal. D. Raja is trying to say something. Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi are sitting next to each other with one chair vacant, and that's for Arvind Kejriwal. Very interesting. And you know, Akhilesh Yadav and Tejasvi also murmur something. Kharge and Rahul murmur something. Nitish Kumar is still looking up. I think they're still waiting. The officers have been told to check, and I see that some from Rahul's office also get up and check. Is Nitish Kumar checking the audio? Is he going to start without Kejriwal? Is Kejriwal has actually... So here Nitish Kumar starts. Let's hear the press conference and then we'll try and find out what's happened.
और सब लोगों ने काफ़ी देर तक अपनी बात इन्होंने रखी और अनेक पार्टियां थी। जैसे आप समझ लीजिए कि यहाँ पर तो मौजूद ही हैं माननीय राहुल गांधी जी भी और मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी भी, और इनके अलावा और लोग भी आए थे। और फिर जो यहाँ पर सुश्री ममता बनर्जी जी यहाँ पर मौजूद ही हैं, ये रही। शरद पवार जी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, ये भी। और मीटिंग में अरविंद केजरीवाल भी रहे, सब लोग मीटिंग में रहे और उनके साथ आए हुए थे भगवंत मान पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री, वो सब भी रहे। और फिर वो श्रीमती महुआ मुफ्ती जी जो जम्मू कश्मीर की मुख्यमंत्री रही हैं, वो भी रहीं। और श्री उमर अब्दुल्ला जम्मू कश्मीर के और पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री रहे हैं, वो भी रहे। और फिर उद्धव जी ठाकरे माननीय पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र, वो मौजूद रहे। और बाकी जो सब लोग हैं, सीपीआई वाले श्री डी राजा जी, सीपीएम वाले श्री सीताराम येचुरी जी, और माले के श्री दीपांकर भट्टाचार्य जी, ये सब और अनेक लोग यहाँ पर इस मीटिंग में मौजूद रहे। और इसके अलावे हेमंत सोरेन जी जो झारखंड के मुख्यमंत्री, और तमिलनाडु के मुख्यमंत्री एमके स्टालिन जी, और डीएमके के और भी उनके साथ आए थे डी आर बालू जी, और ये अखिलेश यादव पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री यहाँ मौजूद ही हैं उत्तर प्रदेश के। और इसके अलावे अन्य लोग सब मौजूद रहे यहाँ, उनके साथ और लोग भी आए हुए थे। और हम लोग तो दो यहाँ के तो थे ही, और हाँ अन्य सीपीएम सीपीआई माले सब लोग का तो नाम बता ही दिए हैं। ये सब लोग रहे और सब अनेक पार्टियों के लोग रहे, सब लोगों की बात आई और काफ़ी अच्छी मुलाकात हुई है और एक साथ चलने की सहमति हुई है। और उसके बाद अगली मीटिंग कुछ ही दिनों के बाद सब पार्टियों की एक और की जाएगी, ताकि उसमें आगे का जो कुछ भी होता है, जो एक साथ तो चुनाव लड़ने के बारे में आज एक सहमति हो ही गई है और सब तरह का सहमति हुआ है, लेकिन एक मीटिंग इसके बाद होगी और वो यही करेंगे, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी करेंगे। उसके बारे में इन्होंने बता दिया है डेट, और वो बताएंगे। अभी हम लोगों ने ही कहा कि जल्दी करना है, तो ये लोग अगले महीने जल्दी से जल्दी करेंगे, एक मीटिंग हो जाएगा। तो वो तो एकदम समझिए कि वो अंतिम रूप ले लेगा, कौन कहाँ लड़ेंगे, क्या है, सब चीज़ के बारे में सब हो जाएगा। तो सहमति थी, ये हो गया है और बहुत अच्छे ढंग से, और सब लोगों ने माना है कि हम लोग मिल कर के चलेंगे और देश के हित में है। अभी जो भी शासन में है वो देश के हित में काम नहीं कर रहे हैं और सारे इतिहास को बदल रहे हैं, आज़ादी की लड़ाई को भी भुलवा देंगे। तो एक एक चीज़ जो काम हो रहा है उस सबको लेकर के सबकी चिंता है, इसलिए सब लोग एकजुट रहेंगे। तो आज बहुत अच्छे ढंग से बातचीत हो गई है और हर चीज़ के बारे में, कोई भी किसी राज्य के बारे में भी, वहाँ की सरकार के बारे में कोई एक चुनौती आती है तो सब लोग एक साथ कहे कि नहीं साहब सब लोग रहेंगे। तो ये सब बात हो गई है। तो इसलिए हम तो सब लोगों का अभिनंदन करते हैं, सब लोगों को धन्यवाद देते हैं। चूँकि हम लोगों ने बैठक बुलाई इसलिए हम शुरुआती तौर पर कह दिए, आप बाकी कहेंगे, अब बाकी सब आप पूछिए, सब लोग ही खुद भी कहेंगे। तो हम तो कहेंगे कि जरा सा राहुल गांधी जी से कि थोड़ा आप भी बोल दीजिए, और सब लोग से बोलिए थोड़ा। हाँ, आप ही बोलिए ना, अच्छा रहेगा, आप ही बोलिए ना।
अच्छा ठीक है। नीतीश जी, लालू जी, शरद पवार जी, ममता जी, राहुल गांधी जी और हेमंत सोरेन जी और हमारे अखिलेश भाई और तेजस्वी जी और सारे, क्षमा करना येचुरी जी, आप जरा कॉर्नर में बैठे इधर इधर आए तो अच्छा रहता। तो सभी नेतागण मिले और जो नाम उन्होंने बताया कि स्टालिन साहब से लेकर यानी कन्याकुमारी से लेकर कश्मीर तक पूरे नाम बताए गए। उद्धव ठाकरे साहब भी यहाँ है। तो सभी नेता एक होकर हम आगे चुनाव लड़ने की एक कॉमन एजेंडा तैयार कर रहे हैं और हम 10 या 12 तारीख को फिर हमारे इसमें हिमाचल में हाँ शिमला में हम वहाँ फिर मिल रहे हैं। तो 12 जुलाई बोलते ना, तो खैर हाँ ये तो टेंटेटिव है, लेकिन 12 एक 2 दिन में आगे पीछे हो जाएगा, क्योंकि सभी नेताओं को कंसेंट करके फिर उसके बाद में चुनाव भी है बहुत से जगह पंचायत के और दूसरे, इसीलिए हम ये तय किया है कि वहाँ पर बैठकर एक एजेंडा बनाए और उसमें किन किन चीज़ों के ऊपर हम निर्णय ले सकते हैं और आगे किस ढंग से बढ़ना चाहिए, और हर राज्य में तो अलग अलग ढंग से हमको काम करना पड़ेगा। एक ही बात हर जगह नहीं चलती, तो उसके लिए भी हम ये करेंगे कि तय करेंगे कि तमिलनाडु में स्ट्रेटजी क्या होना चाहिए, यूपी में क्या होना, बिहार में क्या होना, कश्मीर में क्या होना, ऐसा हर जगह, महाराष्ट्र में क्या, ये ऐसा सभी स्ट्रेटजी करके एक निर्णय लेंगे और आगे भी फिर इस यूनिटी को बढ़ाने के लिए हम लोग पूरे काम करेंगे। एक होकर, एकजुट होकर 2024 की लड़ाई हमको लड़ना है और बीजेपी को सत्ता से बाहर करने का हम एक तय किए हैं, तो उसमें हम ज़रूर कामयाब होंगे। और उसके लिए मैं नीतीश जी का, क्योंकि उन्होंने होस्ट किया आज, उनका धन्यवाद करता हूं। और सारे और बहुत से हमारे नेता, मैं अभी जैसा बोला कि स्टालिन वहाँ से आते तमिलनाडु से, तो उमर अब्दुल्ला साहब और महबूबा मुफ्ती साहब उन्हों कश्मीर से आते, तो सारा देश इसमें जुड़ा है। जहाँ जहाँ राहुल गांधी भारत जोड़ो यात्रा किए हैं वो पूरे लोग आए हैं नेता वहाँ से। तो ये हाँ, तो ये पूरा हम आगे करने का इरादा है। मैं ज़्यादा कुछ और नहीं कहता, जो कुछ कहना है उन्होंने कहा है, और आगे राहुल गांधी जी कुछ बात करेंगे।
बाद में पूछिएगा, सब बोल देंगे, इसके बाद बोल
बाद में सब समर्थ है उत्तर देने को।
सब पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता यहाँ जो आए हैं, उन सबका स्वागत, आप सबका स्वागत। नीतीश जी ने आज लंच में हमें बिहार की मतलब सब डिशेस खिला दी, लिट्टी चोखा, उनका स्पेशल गुलाब जामुन, तो उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। देखिए, जैसे आप जानते हैं, हिंदुस्तान की नींव पर आक्रमण हो रहा है, फाउंडेशन पर, इंस्टीट्यूशंस पर, आवाज़ पर बीजेपी और आरएसएस आक्रमण कर रही है। मैंने मीटिंग में भी कहा, ये विचारधारा की लड़ाई है और इसमें हम सब एक साथ खड़े हैं।
ये बोलेंगे आप,
हम में ज़रूर थोड़ी डिफरेंसेस होंगी, मगर हमने ये निर्णय लिया है कि हम एक साथ काम करेंगे, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी के साथ काम करेंगे, और जो हमारी विचारधारा है, जिसको हम शेयर करते हैं, उसकी हम रक्षा करेंगे। जैसे खारगे जी ने कहा, नीतीश जी ने कहा, कुछ ही समय में अगली मीटिंग होगी और ये जो आज हमने बातचीत की उसको हम थोड़ा और गहराई में ले जाएंगे। मगर ये एक प्रोसेस है, ऑपोजिशन यूनिटी की एक प्रोसेस है और ये बहुत गहरी तरीके से आगे बढ़ने जा रही है। आप सबका धन्यवाद।
ठीक है, बोलिए ममता, बात तुरंत एक, अरे कुछ लोगों को प्लेन उनका तुरंत जाने वाला था, तक कुछ लोग चले गए कह के, लेकिन जितने लोग बचे हुए जिनको अभी तुरंत जाना है, नहीं, पहले सब लोग बोल दें जो भी हैं और उसके बाद आज तो समय ज्यादा ना लगा इसके चलते।
आज पटना में जो हमारा 17 पार्टी का मीटिंग हुआ है, बहुत सारे चीफ मिनिस्टर भी ये मीटिंग में आई हुई है, एक चीफ मिनिस्टर भी आई हुई है। बहुत अच्छा तरीका से मीटिंग ऑर्गेनाइज किया है। सारोद जी का माफिक सीनियर लीडर भी आए। लालू जी बहुत दिन बाद पॉलिटिकल मीटिंग में उतरे। नीतीश जी मीटिंग कन्वीन किया है हम लोगों को रिक्वेस्ट करने का बाद, उसको बाद पहले मिला। राहुल जी आया, खड़गे जी आया, अखिलेश भाई आया, तेजस्वी है, हमारा हेमंत सोरेन जी है, दीपंकर भट्टाचार्य है, उमर है, महबूबा जी है, राजा है, सीताराम जी है, उद्धव ठाकरे है, शरद पवार जी है और सारे बहुत सारे लीडर है। एक चीज हुआ, पटना में मीटिंग मैंने बोला था इसी के लिए नीतीश जी को कि पटना से जो शुरू होता है उसका एक जन आंदोलन रूप होता है और बहुत सारे आंदोलन पटना से शुरू हुआ। पहले आप लोगों को मालूम है, हम कहने नहीं चाहती हूँ। इसी के लिए मैं कहा था दिल्ली में हम लोग बहुत सारे मीटिंग किया लेकिन कोई फ्रूटफुल रिजल्ट नहीं निकाला। अब पटना से शुरू करो। पटना से शुरुआत हुआ है, मीटिंग अच्छा हुआ है। 3 चीज नजदीक में है जो रिजॉल्व हुआ है। नंबर 1, वी आर यूनाइटेड, हम लोग एक है। दूसरी बात है, वी विल फाइट यूनाइटेडली, ये दूसरी बात है, हम लोग एक साथ में लड़ेंगे। तीसरी बात ये हुआ है कि हमारा लड़ाई, हमको अपोजिशन मत बोलो, हम लोग भी देश का सिटीजन है, हम लोग भी पैट्रियोटिक है, हम भी देशप्रेमिक है, हम भी भारत माता कहते हैं। मणिपुर जलने से हमारा भी आग जलते हैं। ऐसे हम लोगों ने हेतु तैयार किया कि बीजेपी का तानाशाही जो गवर्नमेंट, जो डिक्टेटरशिप चला रहा है, जो एट्रोसिटीज चला रहा है, एट्रोसिटीज टेरिबल, क्या नहीं किया। हम लोग जो इलेक्टेड गवर्नमेंट है, हम लोग को उधर में पूरा राजभवन को ऑल्टरनेटिव गवर्नमेंट बना दिया। हमारा स्टेट का मालूम नहीं है, फाउंडेशन डे है, उन्होंने फाउंडेशन डे कर दिया, हम लोग को कंसल्ट भी नहीं करके जो मर्जी करते हैं। जो अगर कोई कुछ बोलते हैं तो उसको खिलाफ में ईडी लगा देता है, सीबीआई लगा देता है। मीडिया को तो पूरा कंट्रोल किया है और क्या चालाकी करते हैं, चुपे रुस्तम का माफिक बहुत सारे लॉयर को कोर्ट में भेजकर कोई ना कोई केस कर हम लोग को खिलाफ में कोई ना कोई सीबीआई होता है, नहीं तो ईडी होता है, नहीं तो पंचायत भी सीबीआई में होगा। ऐसा होता है जो नहीं होना चाहिए। लेकिन बेरोजगारी के बारे में चिंता नहीं करते हैं, आम जनता के लिए चिंता नहीं करते हैं, इकोनॉमी इज टोटली डिस्ट्रॉयड इसका बारे में चिंता नहीं करते हैं, महिला को इज्जत लुटता है चिंता नहीं करते हैं, दलितों को खिलाफ में है चिंता नहीं करते हैं, 100 दिन का रुपया नहीं देता है, गांव का रास्ता का रुपया नहीं देता है, आवास योजना का रुपया नहीं देता है, यूनिवर्सिटी में मर्जी का माफिक बीसी रिक्रूट करते हैं, क्या नहीं किया है। इसके लिए जितना भी तानाशाही बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट कानून ले आएंगे, जो काला कानून, हम लोगों ने एक साथ में मिलके वो काला कानून का खिलाफ में हम लोग लड़ाई करेंगे। हमको खून बहेगा बहने दो, लेकिन हम देश को, जनता को रक्षा करेगा, नहीं तो इंडिया नहीं रहेगा। अगर ये चुनाव में फिर वो लोग आ जाए तानाशाही गवर्नमेंट, तो नेक्स्ट देश में चुनाव ही नहीं होगा, ऐसा लोगों को कहना है। इसी के लिए हम लोगों ने 3 चीज पे जोर दिया है। 1, वी आर यूनाइटेड, 2, वी विल फाइट टुगेदर, 3, नेक्स्ट मीटिंग शिमला में होगा, 4, जो भी पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा बीजेपी ले आएगा, हम लोग एक साथ में एक कट्टर लड़ाई करेंगे। बस, थैंक यू सो मच, यू आर सो नाइस। आप लोगों ने हम लोगों को कोई डिस्टर्बेंस नहीं किया और आप लोगों ने पूरा मदद दिया। मैं तो इधर में बहुत इंटरनेशनल प्रेस भी है और लोकल प्रेस भी है, रीजनल प्रेस भी है, हॉट स्टेट का प्रेस भी है कि आज का मीटिंग बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मीटिंग है। आई थिंक द हिस्ट्री स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम हियर। बीजेपी वांट्स द हिस्ट्री शुड बी चेंज एंड वी वांट हिस्ट्री शुड बी सेव्ड फ्रॉम बिहार। थैंक यू।
आदरणीय शरद पवार जी।
नहीं, कई हमारे साथियों ने इस मीटिंग में क्या हुआ और किस पर ध्यान दे दिया, ये तो बात आप लोगों को बताइए। आज देश में दिन ब दिन एक समस्या हम देख रहे हैं। जहाँ नॉन कांग्रेस गवर्नमेंट है, वहाँ भारतीय जनता पार्टी हो, RSS हो या RSS हो या स्थिति एक सांप्रदायिक स्थिति पैदा करने की साजिश जगह जगह पर हो रही है और जिससे समाज की एकता हो स्रोत ये कार्यक्रम आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और उनके साथियों का है। और इससे सामना करना हो तो मिलकर सामना करना चाहिए। बाकी कुछ न कुछ मतभेद हो सकते हैं, मगर लार्जर नेशनल इंटरेस्ट के लिए बाकी कोई भी आपस की समस्या हो वो नज़रअंदाज छोड़कर हमने आगे जाने का तय किया है। और मुझे विश्वास है कि पटना की जो शुरुआत है वो देश में बदलाव लाने की शुरुआत होती थी। मुझे याद है जयप्रकाश जी के नेतृत्व पर एक संदेशा यहाँ से दिया था और पूरे देश में एक अलग माहौल पैदा हो गया। कई आंदोलन यहाँ से देश में शुरू हो गई और देश के इतिहास में इसका स्वीकार किया गया। और आज की स्थिति में जो नीतीश जी ने मीटिंग बुलाई और सब साथी यहाँ आ गए, इनमें से जो बातें हो गई, जो तय करने का इस पर हमने बहस किया, इसका आखिरी शेर शिमला की मीटिंग में हो जाएगा। और यहाँ जो मिलकर काम करने का तय किया है, इससे हमारा एक नया रास्ता दिखाने का काम शुरू हुआ है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है देश की जनता उसका समर्थन करेगी।
सबसे पहले तो आज हम सब लोगों का यहाँ जमा होना मेरे ख्याल में नीतीश कुमार जी के लिए सबसे बड़ी कामयाबी है। हम तो जम्मू कश्मीर से आए हैं, मैं और उमर साहब, और जो मुल्क के अंदर हो रहा है, जिस तरह से हमारी डेमोक्रेसी, हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, हमारे सेकुलरिज्म पे अटैक हो रहा है, उसकी लेबॉर्ट्री हमारा जम्मू कश्मीर बन चुका है। शुरुआत हमारे जम्मू कश्मीर से हुई और अब पूरे मुल्क में वही हो रहा है जो हमारे साथ हुआ। मगर हम इस आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया जो है, जिस गांधी के मुल्क, जिस जवाहरलाल नेहरू के मुल्क के साथ हमने हाथ मिलाया है जम्मू कश्मीर में, वो आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया है, वो जहाँ गंगा जमुना तहजीब है। तो आज जब हम देख रहे हैं कि जिस तरह मुल्क के अंदर लोगों के साथ जो व्यवहार किया जा रहा है, ख़ासकर जो माइनॉरिटीज़ हैं, जिस तरह डेमोक्रेसी को अंडरमाइन किया जा रहा है, तो उसके लिए हम सब इकट्ठे हो गए। और हमारे पास तो ज़्यादा ताकत नहीं है, जम्मू कश्मीर में 5-6 सीटें हैं, पर हम समझते हैं कि आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया का जितना सपोर्टरी और वोटरी जम्मू कश्मीर है, शायद कोई ऐसा नहीं होगा। तो हमारी कोशिश यही रहेगी कि हम गांधी के मुल्क को गोडसे का मुल्क बनने नहीं देंगे। थैंक यू सो मच।
पहले तो मैं नीतीश जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। आप देख रहे हो कि पूरे देश के प्रमुख नेता पार्टी के प्रमुख नेता यहाँ आए हुए हैं। कश्मीर से लेके कन्याकुमारी तक सारे इकट्ठा हुए हैं और सब ये भी जानते हैं कि हम अलग अलग पार्टी के नेता हैं। स्वाभाविक है, हमारी विचारधारा अलग है, कुछ मतलब भिन्नता हो भी सकती है, लेकिन देश एक है और इस देश को बचाने के लिए, देश की एकता अखंडता कायम रखने के लिए हम एक साथ आए हैं। और इसके आगे जब भी जो भी हमारे देश के प्रजातंत्र पर आघात करेगा, उसका हम सब मिलकर विरोध करेंगे। और जैसे ममता दीदी ने कहा, हमेशा ये कहा जाता है कि विपक्ष की एकता होगी कि नहीं होगी। मैं तो अपने आप को विपक्ष तो मानता ही नहीं हूँ। हाँ, विपक्ष जरूर जो भी देशद्रोही है और जो भी देश में तानाशाही लाना चाहते हैं, उसके विरोध में हम रहेंगे, जरूर रहेंगे। और आज से शुरुआत हुई है, मुझे पक्का भरोसा है जब शुरुआत अच्छी होती है तो आगे सब कुछ अच्छा होता है। बाकी बातें तो बहुत दिन है, बीच में हम तो मिलते रहेंगे और आपके साथ बात भी करते रहेंगे। थैंक यू।
Friends, leaders of 17 political parties across the country have met today. We discussed the current political situation in the country. We are of the view that the BJP rule for the past 9 years has become disastrous and detrimental to our constitution, democracy, and secular fabric of our society. When people of our country are passing through great ordeals and sufferings, what is emerging is communal corporate nexus. The government headed by Ms. Modi has been shamelessly taking the side of big business houses, corporate houses, and people suffer. And in the process, they dismantle all the basic values of our constitution, and they snatch away the powers of state governments, and the federal system of governance is under attack. In such a situation, the republic has to be reclaimed before it is lost. And in order to save the republic, reclaim the republic, we have all agreed and we are of the strong view that BJP has to be defeated in the forthcoming elections. BJP will have to be removed from power in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. That is the only way to save the nation, save the constitution, save the democracy, save the secular fabric of our society. This is what we have all agreed, and we will work together and we will move together, we will fight together.
उमर अब्दुल्ला साहब। उमर अब्दुल्ला नहीं बोलिए। फॉर्मर चीफ मिनिस्टर जम्मू कश्मीर।
कामयाबी जनाब नीतीश कुमार को उसका श्रेय जाता है। इतने लोगों को इस तरह इकट्ठे करना कोई मामूली बात नहीं है, और मैं जानता हूं कि आप में से कईयों के लिए खबर ये नहीं होगी कि हम कितने पार्टियों के नुमाइंदे यहाँ बैठे हैं। शायद आप में से कुछ खबर इस चीज़ की बनाना पसंद करेंगे कि यहाँ पे कौन नहीं है। मुझे नहीं लगता है कि कौन नहीं है वो ज़्यादा महत्व रखती है, बजाय ये कि कौन कौन यहाँ पे हैं। और बिल्कुल सही कहा, जम्मू कश्मीर से लेके कन्याकुमारी तक मुख्तलिफ सियासी पार्टियों ने इस मीटिंग में हिस्सा लिया। मकसद हमारा ताकत हासिल करना नहीं है, इक़्तिदार हमारी मंजिल नहीं है। सत्ता की ये लड़ाई जो है ये नहीं लड़ी जा रही है। ये असूलों की लड़ाई है, ये विचारधारा की लड़ाई है, ये सोच की लड़ाई है, ये इरादों की लड़ाई है, ये मुल्क के आईन को बचाने की लड़ाई है।
Some of the leaders are leaving. There's no Arvind Kejriwal there. Mamta Banerjee leaving. She's just said her byes. While Omar Abdullah is speaking, who's
इस लड़ाई को सिर्फ
listen it.
इक़्तिदार की लड़ाई मत समझिए। हम मिल चुके हैं इस देश को बर्बादी से बचाने के लिए, इस देश को इस मुसीबत से निकालने के लिए और सही मायने में इस देश में जमहूरियत को दोबारा जिंदा करने के लिए, डेमोक्रेसी को जिंदा करने के लिए। मैं और महबूबा मुफ्ती साहिबा इस मुल्क के एक ऐसे बदनसीब इलाके से ताल्लुक़ रखते हैं जहां जमहूरियत का दिन दहाड़े कत्ल किया जा रहा है। बड़ा अच्छा लगा कल अमेरिका में वज़ीर आज़म साहब को जमहूरियत की बात करते हुए वाइट हाउस में, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ फिर अफसोस होता है कि ये जमहूरियत जम्मू कश्मीर तक क्यों नहीं पहुंचती। आखिरकार क्या वजह है कि 5 साल हो गए जम्मू कश्मीर में प्रेसिडेंट्स रूल के होते हुए। इससे पहले इतना लंबा अरसा सेंट्रल रूल का 1990s में रहा, जबकि हालात बहुत ही ज़्यादा ख़राब थे। मैं तहे दिल शुक्रगुजार हूँ अपने तमाम यहाँ पे जो सियासी साथियाँ हैं, इनका एक आवाज़ में इन्होंने जम्मू कश्मीर के साथ अपनी आवाज़ मिलाई। एक आवाज़ में इन्होंने कहा कि हमें अपना जमहूरी हक जो है वो मिलना चाहिए, जम्मू कश्मीर को दोबारा एक रियासत का दर्जा मिलना चाहिए और जम्मू कश्मीर में जल्द से जल्द फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन हो जाने चाहिए ताकि लोग अपने मुस्तकबिल का खुद मालिक बने। इस तरह की मीटिंगें चलती रहें ताकि आने वाला जो सबसे पहले जो मैंने कहा सेमीफाइनल जो 4 अहम रियासतों में इलेक्शन होने जा रहे हैं, तेलंगाना, मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़, राजस्थान, उसके साथ साथ शायद मिज़ोरम में भी इलेक्शन है, तो उसकी तैयारी करते हुए ये पहला कदम है। अगली मीटिंग में भी हम इसी तरह और महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लेने का जो है हम उम्मीद रखते हैं। मैं एक बार फिर नीतीश कुमार जी आपका तहे दिल शुक्रिया करता हूँ।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। चलिए सीताराम येचुरी जी। बहुत शुक्रिया नीतीश जी। अब जी आपने सुना सभी को, तो मैं दोहराना नहीं चाहता हूँ, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी मुख्य बात जिस वजह से 15 पार्टी आज इकट्ठा हुए हैं यहाँ पे, वो ये है कि हिफाजत करनी है आज हमारी देश का और अपने मुल्क का चरित्र। हमारा चरित्र है एक धर्मनिरपेक्ष जनतंत्र का गणराज, ए सेक्युलर डेमोक्रेटिक रिपब्लिक। आज इस गणराज को इनका रूप बदलना चाहते हैं, इसकी चरित्र बदलना चाहते हैं भाजपा की ये सरकार के चलते हुए कि ये एक फासीवादी हिंदुत्व राष्ट्र के रूप में इसको जो है बदलने की पूरी कोशिश है। जो हम समझते हैं कि हमारी पूरी इतिहास राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन की, हमारी आज़ादी की, सबको मिटाकर इस तरीके की व्यवस्था ले आना चाहते हैं जिसके चलते हुए पूरे संविधान के स्तंभों के ऊपर हमला हो रहा है। आपको धर्मनिरपेक्षता के ऊपर, जनतंत्र के ऊपर, आर्थिक स्वाभिमान के ऊपर, सामाजिक न्याय के ऊपर और फेडरलिज्म संघवाद के ऊपर।
इसको बचाना है और इसको बचाव के लिए हम सब इकट्ठा हुए हैं। आने वाले दिनों में राजनीतिक कार्यक्रम होंगे, सामूहिक तरीके से हम चलाएंगे। अब कई सारे जन आंदोलन भी होंगे जो जनता की समस्याओं के ऊपर, जैसे बेरोजगारी, महंगाई और ये बढ़ती हुई बिगड़ती हुई जो व्यवस्था है हमारे देश के नौजवानों की, ऐसे सवालों पर, और राज्यों में ठोस रूप से बातचीत होगी कि किस तरीके से चुनावी तालमेल हो ताकि हम सबसे ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोटों का बंटवारा का फायदा भाजपा को और सांप्रदायिक ताकतों को ना मिले। ये है मुख्य मकसद जिसके लिए हम सब इकट्ठा है और आगे को मिलते रहेंगे। थैंक यू।
बोलिए वाले, मैंने उनको बोल इसका दोनों बोल रहे हैं तुरंत। एक मिनट उनको खाली संक्षेप में बोलिए, बहुत को जाना है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
एक तो चली गई,
बिल्कुल
तो जल्दी।
तो सबसे पहले तो नीतीश जी को इस मीटिंग के लिए मुबारकबाद, धन्यवाद। नीतीश जी की मेज़बानी तो ऐसी थी कि मुझे भी उन्होंने मेहमान बना दिया इस बार, और पहली बार ऑफिशियली हमको एयरपोर्ट में रिसीव किया गया पटना में। मेरे लिए बड़ा सुखद आश्चर्य की बात थी। तो जो मीटिंग थी, इस मीटिंग में हमें लगता है कि एक अच्छी शुरुआत हुई है और हम सब ने ये तय किया, एक तरह से आप कह सकते हैं कि हमारा साझा संकल्प है कि आज हम जिस मोड़ पर है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी, उसका नया नाम मिलना चाहिए भारतीय सत्ता पार्टी। सत्ता छोड़ करके और कुछ नहीं समझती है। मणिपुर जल रहा है 50 दिन से, सब कुछ नहीं आता जाता है, उसकी अपनी सरकार है, डबल इंजन की वहाँ सरकार है। तो जब सत्ता के अहंकार से, अत्याचार से पूरा मुल्क परेशान है, वैसे में देश, जनता, संविधान और लोकतंत्र को बचाने के लिए तो हमें लगता है कि साझा संकल्प हमारा है। और शायद जब ममता जी कह रही थी कि पटना से हो, शुरुआत हो तो सफलता तक पहुंचे, तो शायद कहने का मतलब ये था कि बिहार सबसे ज्यादा आंदोलनों का प्रदेश है। तो आने वाला चुनाव बिल्कुल अपने आप एक आंदोलन बन जाए, देश में जन आंदोलन बन जाए। देश को बचाने के लिए हम लोग पूरी तरह इसकी कोशिश करेंगे और ये प्रक्रिया आगे बढ़ेगी और जरूर सफलता की मंजिल तक पहुंचेगी। शुक्रिया।
चलिए, हेमंत सोरेन जी, झारखंड के मुख्यमंत्री, कुछ बोल दीजिए, बोलना दीजिए भाई सब।
पत्रकार मित्रों, आज पूरे देश भर से यहाँ पर जिन नेताओं को आप देख रहे हैं, वो नेता कोई परिचय के मोहताज नहीं है। कुल मिला के कहा जाए कि वर्तमान देश के हालात को लेकर आप इस लोकतंत्र के चौथे स्तंभ के रूप में तो हैं, आप भी चर्चा करते हैं, तो वैसे चर्चा हम भी करते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं आज इस लोकतंत्र में कुछ चीजों पर बहुत तेजी से प्रहार दिखाई दे रहा है। आप सब लोग और आज कई संस्था व्यवस्था होने के बावजूद भी आज आम लोगों के अंदर, किसान, मजदूर, पढ़े लिखे, बेरोजगार नौजवानों के अंदर क्या मनस्थिति बन रही है वो आपको पता है। इस देश की जो दुनिया में एक छवि रही है, अनेकता में एकता, जिसका लोहा आज से नहीं सदियों से दुनिया ने माना, वो अनेकता में एकता में भी दरारें पड़ने लगी। तो कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ना कुछ उसको दुरुस्त करने का, उसको रिपेयर करने का काम तो करेगा ही करेगा। आज अलग अलग विचारधारा के भी लोग यहाँ हैं, कई चीज़ों को ध्यान में रखते हुए आज वर्तमान परिस्थिति को यहाँ आम लोगों के सहूलियत के हिसाब से कैसे स्थापित हो, बाबा भीमराव अंबेडकर जी, यहाँ के आदिवासी, दलित, पिछड़ा, अल्पसंख्यक जो सदियों से जिनके साथ शोषण होता रहा है, उनको कैसे संरक्षण मिले, इस विषय को लेकर के एक पहली बैठक आदरणीय नीतीश जी ने आज बड़ी मशक्कत के बाद सब लोगों को एक सूत्र में बांधने का प्रयास किया है। मैं इसके लिए इनको बहुत बहुत कोटि कोटि धन्यवाद देता हूं। ये एक कहा जाए कि ये एक पहली झलक है। ये एक जो नई जो एक समूह को आप देख रहे हैं, इसमें हो सकता है भविष्य में, जैसे दीपांकर जी ने, उमर भाई ने भी कहा, कुछ लोग आपको लगे कि आपकी खबर में कौन नहीं आए, वो आपकी प्रमुखता होगी। तो मैं समझता हूँ हो सकता है कि उससे कहीं आपको ज़्यादा आश्चर्य हो कि ऐसे भी लोग यहाँ पर हैं। ये भी प्रयास होगा। ये शुरुआत तो कहीं ना कहीं करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन आज जो शुरुआत हुई है निश्चित रूप से ये एक देश के लिए एक मील का पत्थर साबित होगा, मेरा ये मानना है। और एक ईमानदार और एक संकल्पित सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ा जाए तो हर मंजिल पाया जा सकता है, हर लड़ाई जीती जा सकती है। तो आज जो हमारा देश का एक चेहरा था, उस चेहरे को फिर से स्थापित करने का और मजबूती प्रदान करने का एक संकल्प लेकर आगे बढ़ने का एक प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार करने का ये पहला कदम है। अगले कार्यक्रम के बारे में हमारे सीनियर्स आदरणीय खड़गे जी ने और भी लोगों ने बातें कही हैं, और समय समय पर इन सब चीज़ों की आपके साथ हम बातों को शेयर करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
अखिलेश यादव।
मैं सबसे पहले आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी का, आदरणीय लालू प्रसाद जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार प्रकट करूंगा। आज पटना और बिहार नए राजनीतिक नव जागरण का गवाह बन रहा है। आज केवल दल यहाँ नहीं बल्कि देश के लोग, देश के नेता मिल रहे हैं। पटना का संदेश यही है आज के कार्यक्रम का कि हम सब लोग मिलकर के काम करेंगे, मिलकर के, और देश को बचाने का, देश की जनता को, और देश कैसे आगे बढ़े उस दिशा में लगातार हम लोग मिलकर के काम करेंगे। यही संदेश है। मैं सभी लीडर्स का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार प्रकट करता हूं।
ठीक है, लालू प्रसाद जी बोलेंगे।
सभी साथीगण, बहुत दिन के बाद आप लोगों से इलाज के बाद बात हो रही है, प्रेस को संबोधित कर रहे हैं। अब पूरी तरह से फिट हो गए हैं, अब बढ़िया से फिट कर देना है नरेंद्र मोदी को, भाजपा को। और आज जो बैठक हुई देश भर के नेताओं का, बहुत खोल करके सभी लोगों ने अपने इरादा को रखा है, और ये तय हुआ है कि शिमला में अगली बैठक होगी, उसमें हम लोग आगे के और कार्यक्रम किस तरह से क्या हो वो हम लोग तय करेंगे, चर्चा करेंगे। एक होकर के लड़ना है, देश की जनता बोलते थे कि भाई वोट है आप लोगों का, लेकिन आप लोग मिलते नहीं, एकजुट आप लोग नहीं होते हैं, वोट बढ़ जाता है और भाजपा आरएसएस जीत जाता है। अब ये नरेंद्र मोदी देश के नेता नहीं है, प्रदेश में घूम करके चंदन का लकड़ी बांट रहे हैं, अमेरिका में जाके। जो अमेरिका, यूरोपीय देश नरेंद्र मोदी को, अमित शाह को मना कर दिया था, उस समय जो गुजरात में घटना घटी थी, और यूरोपीय लोगों को भी मना कर दिया था कि कोई मत जाना, भारत में मत जाना कोई आदमी, कोई टूरिस्ट नहीं जाना। बाद में पता नहीं कैसे ये भूल गए और ये जाने लगे। देश टूट के कगार पर खड़ा है। हम तो भिंडी खरीदने नहीं जाते हैं, भिंडी सब्जी मालूम हुआ कि 60 रुपया किलो हो गया भिंडी। आप पत्रकार लोग खरीदते होंगे, आपको आटा दाल का चावल का भाव मालूम होगा कि क्या हालत है। बेरोजगारी के हताशा बढ़ा है और कोई इस देश में हिंदू मुस्लिम का नारा दे करके लड़ाई लड़के हनुमान जी का नाम लेके चुनाव में जय हनुमान जी करके ये लोग चुनाव लड़ता है। इस बार कर्नाटक में हनुमान जी, महावीर जी नाराज हो गए, ऐसा मारे हैं गद्दा पीठ पर कि राहुल गांधी की पार्टी जीत गई। काफ़ी इनका पार्टी जीता। हनुमान जी अब हम लोग के साथ हो गए और हम लोग इकट्ठा सब कोल ढील नल नील सबको हम लोग जमा कर रहे हैं उनके फौज को, और इनको इस बात तो तय है गए ये लोग। बहुत बुरा हाल होने वाला है भाजपा का, नरेंद्र मोदी का। बताइए, एकाएक फिर 2000 रुपया का नोट पता नहीं क्या बंद कर दिया भाई। 2000 का ये छोटा छोटा नोट जो है सो यही लोग रखे हुए था और इसको अब निकाल रहा है, या जो इसके लोग
1000 का खत्म करके 2000।
हाँ, 1000 खत्म करके 2000 शुरू किया, फिर 2000 किया। पता नहीं कौन फेल करता है। तो हम लोग इकट्ठे हैं पूरा मजबूती के साथ। राहुल गांधी जी आए हैं। राहुल गांधी अच्छा काम इन दिनों में किए। भारत दर्शन देश भर में पैदल दर्शन कराए, लोगों को घूमे, और लोकसभा में भी जो अच्छा काम किया अदानी के मामले में।
ये जो घूम रहे तो शुरुआत है ना अपना ही बढ़ा दी है।
हाँ, तो घूमने लगे तो फिर
ये बढ़ा लिए
हैं, थोड़ा छोटा कर लिए। अब ज़्यादा नीचे मत ले जाइए। पता नहीं कि नरेंद्र मोदी का है, पूरा नहीं सिलवाता है। इसलिए नीतीश जी का भी राय है कि अब और छोटा छोटा करना चाहिए। बात तो हम लोग का सलाह माने नहीं, ब्याह नहीं किया, शादी कर लेना चाहिए था। और अभी भी समय गया, बीता नहीं है। शादी करिए और हम लोग बाराती चलें और शादी करिए, बात मानिए। आपकी मम्मी हमको बोलते कह दिया तो हो जाए। हाँ, तो एकदम पक्का करना पड़ेगा। मम्मी आपकी बोलती थी कि आप हमारा बात नहीं मानता, शादी करवाइए आप। अच्छा
ठीक है, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, हो गया बस।
आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
देखिए
धन्यवाद।
सर प्रशांत राहुल जी न्यूज से राहुल जी
अब हो गया।
All right, let's take you through the big news break that's just coming in. So, two leaders missing in action, one controversial, one not so controversial. M.K. Stalin is not there, he had a flight to catch. But a larger picture where the absence of Arvind Kejriwal is concerned, what we're given to understand is that what really transpired behind closed doors in that meeting, Arvind Kejriwal had a one-on-one with Rahul Gandhi in front of other leaders as well. What really went down is that all right, so that's the latest news break that's coming in, the inside scoop that we are breaking right now for our viewers. A discussion on the ordinance did take place between Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal, in which the party president of the Congress, Kharge, supported Rahul Gandhi. However, the active player in that discussion was Rahul Gandhi, who did not commit. These are all sources from the Aam Aadmi Party, and they suggest that all other political parties, 16 of them, were in support of, or 15 of them were in support of the Aam Aadmi Party, and only the Congress was an outlier. Omar Abdullah of the NC did also make a point that no support came from AAP when Article 370 was repealed in the valley. However, for the larger good, it would be best that opposition supports AAP, and let this be a lesson for the Aam Aadmi Party. Mehbooba Mufti of the PDP urged Rahul Gandhi to consider the ordinance. Importantly, what the Aam Aadmi Party sources are telling us is that Mamta Banerjee wanted the ordinance issue to be addressed in the joint statement given by opposition to the press. Rahul Gandhi said no, as they have a party process of consultation and they cannot commit on it yet. Pawar, Uddhav, Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, Akhilesh all spoke in favor of ordinance support. However, what the Aam Aadmi Party sources are confirming, zero commitment came from Rahul Gandhi on the issue of ordinance. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party has made it very clear that they will only now share stage with the Congress or be on the same platform with the Congress if the Congress says that all of its MPs in Rajya Sabha will support the Aam Aadmi Party on the issue of ordinance. And they will only then come to Shimla. Otherwise, the Aam Aadmi Party will bow out of the Mahagathbandhan. But the larger picture in viewers is also that the Aam Aadmi Party right now, with all that is going on behind the scenes, is seemingly isolated because the likes of Akhilesh, the likes of Mamta all stood on the same platform today. Akhilesh a little reticent, didn't say much, 2 lines, let it go. Mamta Banerjee made it very clear, where she gave 3 clear points, saying that the opposition will fight together. They need to come together in terms of the larger good of the nation. We are going to play those reactions out. How does one view the developments in Patna? There have been no major breakthrough, but for the opposition, they'll still be happy because they've moved one step forward on what had happened earlier. However, Arvind Kejriwal, the Aam Aadmi Party, not a part of the Mahagathbandhan just yet, but the onus lies now on the Congress. If the Congress supports the Aam Aadmi Party on the issue of ordinance, then the Aam Aadmi Party will join the meeting, which is tentatively right now on the 11th or the 12th of July in the coming month of July, where the second meeting, round 2 of the opposition meeting, will take place in Shimla. In all of this, of course, understandably, there was Lalu Prasad there who added a bit of colour, urging Rahul Gandhi to get married, and how his mother Sonia Gandhi also complains to the likes of Lalu that they must convince Rahul to get married. But that's all in the sidelines. The biggest takeaway is what you see on your television screen, the picture of the united opposition, however, not so united in terms of one political party, which you see on your television screen, the Aam Aadmi Party, missing. Let's listen in to all the reactions that have come in for Patna. The opposition, all in all, would be happy today because a lot of differences have been ironed out, especially where even West Bengal, Mamta Banerjee is concerned. Akhilesh Yadav, though he didn't look very happy, but what's going to go on behind the scenes, we don't know yet. But at least he was there on the stage today. Listen in to political reactions and we cut across to our guests on the other side.
काफी अच्छी मुलाकात हुई है और एक साथ चलने की सहमति हुई है और उसके बाद अगली मीटिंग कुछ ही दिनों के बाद सब पार्टियों की एक और की जाएगी ताकि उसमें आगे का जो कुछ भी होता है, जो एक साथ तो चुनाव लड़ने के बारे में आज एक सहमति हो ही गई है और सब तरह का सहमति हुआ है, लेकिन एक मीटिंग इसके बाद होगी।
3 चीज नजदीक में है जो रिजॉल्व हुआ है। नंबर 1, वी आर यूनाइटेड, हम लोग एक है। दूसरी बात है, वी विल फाइट यूनाइटेडली, ये दूसरी बात है, हम लोग एक साथ में लड़ेंगे। तीसरी बात ये हुआ है कि हमारा लड़ाई, हमको अपोजिशन मत बोलो, हम लोग भी देश का सिटीजन है, हम लोग भी पैट्रियोटिक है, हम भी देशप्रेमिक है, हम भी भारत माता कहते हैं। मणिपुर जलने से हमारा भी आग जलते हैं। बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट कानून ले आएंगे, जो काला कानून, हम लोगों ने एक साथ में मिलके वो काला कानून का खिलाफ में हम लोग लड़ाई करेंगे। हमको खून बहेगा बहने दो, लेकिन हम देश को, जनता को रक्षा करेगा, नहीं तो इंडिया नहीं रहेगा। अगर ये चुनाव में फिर वो लोग आ जाए तानाशाही गवर्नमेंट, तो नेक्स्ट देश में चुनाव ही नहीं होगा।
सभी नेता एक होकर हम आगे चुनाव लड़ने की एक कॉमन एजेंडा तैयार कर रहे हैं और हम 10 या 12 तारीख को फिर हमारे इसमें हिमाचल में शिमला में हम वहाँ फिर मिल रहे हैं। एक होकर, एकजुट होकर 2024 की लड़ाई हमको लड़ना है और बीजेपी को सत्ता से बाहर करने का हम एक तय किए हैं।
हिंदुस्तान की नींव पर आक्रमण हो रहा है, फाउंडेशन पर, इंस्टीट्यूशंस पर, आवाज पर बीजेपी और आरएसएस आक्रमण कर रही है। थोड़ी थोड़ी डिफरेंसेस होंगी, मगर हमने ये निर्णय लिया है कि हम एक साथ काम करेंगे, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी के साथ काम करेंगे और जो हमारी विचारधारा है, जिसको हम शेयर करते हैं, उसकी हम रक्षा करेंगे।
Let's cut across right now. Lots of reactions coming in, especially from the Bharatiya Janata Party. My colleague Shashi Bhushan with Sushil Modi. Over to you, Shashi.
बिल्कुल, देखिए हमारे साथ बीजेपी के सांसद सुशील कुमार मोदी जी हैं और सबसे पहली प्रतिक्रिया लेते हैं सुशील जी से। सर, जो बैठक है वो खत्म हो गई, घंटों तक मशक्कत हुई, नतीजा क्या निकलता दिख रहा है? क्या बीजेपी की परेशानी वाकई बढ़ने वाली है?
देखिए, नतीजा तो यही है कि टाइम फिक्स हो गई बैठक। खोदा पहाड़ निकली चुईया वो भी मरी हुई। क्या निष्कर्ष निकला? शिमला में मिलेंगे, डेट भी संभावित डेट, केवल इतना ही निष्कर्ष निकला। और देखिए, जो सबसे लोग उम्मीद लगाए बैठे थे, खास करके उनके समर्थक, कि प्रधानमंत्री का उम्मीदवार तय होगा, नाम तय होगा, नीतीश कुमार के लोग उम्मीद लगाए बैठे थे कि नीतीश कुमार को कन्वीनर घोषित किया जाएगा। क्या हुआ कन्वीनर का? क्या हुआ प्रधानमंत्री पद के उम्मीदवार का? क्या हुआ मैनिफेस्टो कमेटी क्यों नहीं बनी? कोई किसी को कन्वीनर तक नहीं बनाया। कोऑर्डिनेशन की कोई कमेटी नहीं बैठी, कोई बनी। 1:1 लड़ने की कोई रणनीति नहीं बनी। केवल गुड्डी गुड्डी बात बोल देने से तो कुछ होता नहीं है। आखिर बंगाल के अंदर है और दिल्ली के अंदर क्या हुआ? आखिर अरविंद केजरीवाल क्यों छोड़कर चले गए प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस? अरविंद केजरीवाल क्यों नहीं रहे प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस? जो दो मुख्यमंत्री अनुपस्थित थे।
All right, let's cut across immediately. I think we've lost that link there with my colleague Shashi, cutting across to Rajdeep Sardesai, who's joining us for more, and we cut across to our guests after that. Rajdeep, net, what do you make? No Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party, very clear. Congress needs to commit on ordinance where Rajya Sabha is concerned. Only then will they come in on the same platform, even if Shimla is concerned. What are your biggest takeaways of what went down today?
You know, Preeti, can there ever be an opposition meeting without some last-minute twist? And the last-minute twist was provided in a way by that AAP statement, which came at the end of the meeting, and I believe has caught some of the participants in the meeting by surprise, including Nitish Kumar and Rahul Gandhi, who were being shown the AAP statement even as the press conference was going on. So Arvind Kejriwal attended the meeting, didn't walk out of the meeting, but chose to boycott the press conference, thereby sending a signal that all is not well. Yes, the opposition parties, 17 of them were there sitting across a table. Yes, they come from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, but already the first dent in the manner of the statement the AAP has made. So clearly AAP raising the stakes, Preeti. So that's one big takeaway, that clearly the Aam Aadmi Party is not on board at the moment, is pushing the Congress in particular. But I think significantly the fact that the Congress itself has invested enough to actually say that we will host the next meeting in Shimla is another major takeaway. It shows that the Congress is keener than one would have expected in trying to build some kind of a coalition. And I thought it was interesting to see Mamta Banerjee and Sitaram Yechuri barely 5 feet away from each other. I haven't seen them as close to each other in a long time. She even acknowledged Mr. Yechuri. So you never know. In politics, anything is possible. The same Mamta Banerjee will be tomorrow in Bengal campaigning for the Panchayat polls where the left is her opponent. So I think there are a lot of contradictions in this alliance. And the challenge really is, how are you going to paper over these contradictions ahead of the Lok Sabha polls? Delhi Dur Ast is the biggest takeaway.
You know, Rajdeep, when you talk about, yes, Arvind Kejriwal missing from it, you know, that entire chapter of the ordinance continues to play out before the second meeting takes place in Shimla. But having said that, in terms of the statements given by Mamta Banerjee, she seemed very positive because she began her statement saying that we will all fight together, we will come together for India. On the other hand, Samajwadi Party, Akhilesh Yadav, a little tepid, seemed bored.
Well, he was the last to speak, and when you have 16 speakers and you're the last to speak, Preeti, you might get a little bored. But I think the interesting aspect was, look, we were looking at 3 or 4 key figures: Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal, Mamta Banerjee, Sitaram Yechuri. And I think the one who's turned out to perhaps be the joker in the pack today, or turned out to be the X factor, is Mr. Kejriwal. He attends the meeting, comes with Bhagwant Mann, gives the impression that he's on board in terms of the desire for a wider alliance. But clearly he and Mr. Kharge, he and Mr. Rahul Gandhi still have a lot of work to do before they can build bridges. So I think significantly, to my mind, despite what we saw with Mamta, with Sitaram Yechuri, with Rahul Gandhi, Kejriwal is still not completely on board. And that, in a sense, reflects that from time to time, because they have such local contradictions, can the Delhi Congress get along with AAP? Can the Punjab Congress get along with AAP? The local contradictions, how will you paper over them to carve out this national alliance? It's a huge challenge, and it will really test the likes of Nitish Kumar and Sharad Pawar to keep this going. Yes, they have agreed to another date, but that's not enough.
You know, Rajiv, I'm going to let you go. We're going to join you at 7 o'clock. But one quick question before we let you go. One could only trust somebody like a Lalu Prasad Yadav to come out and make a statement in terms of chiding Rahul Gandhi on his marriage prospects or the lack of it right now. Even saying that Sonia Gandhi complains that he needs to get married.
You know, the best part of that press conference was to listen to Lalu Prasad. He has been, you can like him or not. The fact is he's been one of the most enduring figures in Indian politics. And I recall being in this very road, 1990s, when Lalu was a dominant figure in Bihar. You saw glimpses of that. You know, Lalu's ability to say, पत्रकार जानते हैं कि दाल का भाव क्या हो गया है या सब्जी का दाम क्या हो गया है. He has the ability to somehow or the other bring it down to certain basics. Yes, there was the odd humor at Rahul Gandhi, but that's, that's Lalu for you. The question is, has India moved beyond that? And I think that's what this opposition has to recognize. They are facing Narendra Modi. Mr. Modi is there in America talking technology transfers, talking about taking India into the next century. And you've got the opposition saying, we will defeat Mr. Modi at all costs. They're going to have to find an agenda beyond anti-Modism, Preeti.
All right, Rajdeep, appreciate you joining us. It's a hot day where Patna is concerned. Well, the politics also hotting up as of now. Status quo or a bit of a setback? Well, the opposition, I would reckon, would be largely happy with what has gone down today. There's another date, and that will be in Shimla. However, a tentative date on that. We're going to cut across to our guests, but before we do that, with what Rajdeep was also speaking of, that light-hearted moment where Lalu was concerned, witnessed right at the end of the opposition briefing, where Lalu Yadav asked Rahul Gandhi to trim his beard and get married.
बात तो हम लोग का सलाह माने नहीं, बियाह नहीं किया, शादी कर लेना चाहिए था और अभी भी समय गया बीता नहीं है. शादी करिए और हम लोग बाराती चले और शादी करिए, बात मानिए. आपकी मम्मी हमको बोलती हाँ, एकदम पक्का करना पड़ेगा. मम्मी आपकी बोलती थी कि आप हमारा बात नहीं मानता, शादी करवाइए आप.
All right, so that was a light-hearted comment by Lalu. We're going to, but a lot of big takeaways as well. And I would reckon the biggest takeaway is right now that Arvind Kejriwal really not on board. Everything seemed to be going according to plan, where there was a chair as well for Arvind Kejriwal, but he decided to leave. He attended the entire meeting, but boycotted the press conference right at the end. And a statement now which has come in from the Aam Aadmi Party, making it clear that the Aam Aadmi Party will only be on the same dais as the Congress if the Congress concedes to supporting the party when it comes down to the issue of the ordinance in Rajya Sabha in this monsoon session. However, the other big takeaways as well, the likes of Mamta Banerjee coming in, stating very clearly that they've decided that they will fight together. So there's a sense of isolation as well, where the Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal is concerned. But the other leaders, the other leaders were largely with what we are given to understand by our Aam Aadmi Party sources, with the Aam Aadmi Party trying to urge the Congress to climb down on its stand on the ordinance. Once again, let's connect to Rajdeep Sardesai, who's joining us from the venue of where this press conference took place. Rajdeep, interesting, what are you picking up on what really went down, the fine print of this meeting inside closed doors? Given to understand that a lot of political parties actually tried to play mediator, urging the Congress to climb down on the ordinance. Mamta Banerjee, for one, wanted the ordinance to be a part of the press note which would go out later. However, Rahul Gandhi refused, saying that the party is still consulting and they have a process to follow.
Absolutely, and that's pretty the problem. There were 11 out of at least 11 parties that openly backed Mr. Kejriwal. So a majority of the parties did back him on the ordinance issue. But Mr. Kejriwal's biggest problem lies with the Congress Party at the moment. The Congress Party post Karnataka, Preeti, appears to believe that they have the momentum, that they can take this momentum into Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, even Rajasthan, and therefore they would like to call the shots. Now, Mr. Kejriwal, on the other hand, is facing an existential crisis with the ordinance, with some of his key aides being imprisoned. So he wants the Congress to support him in his hour of need. And I don't think the Congress is willing to do that just yet. And I think that really is one of the many friction points that is the immediate friction point, but could end up being one of many such friction points in the months ahead. Because, as I said, there are a lot of regional tangles. Let's take a look at the Panchayat polls. The polls are on 9th of July. They are planning a meeting in a resort in Shimla later next month. How will Mamta Banerjee, Odir Chaudhary of the Congress and Sitaram Yechuri play out these Panchayat polls in Bengal? So as long as local issues get entangled with this idea of a national platform, you will see what happened with the AAP happening to other parties. The fine print clearly shows that there is no consensus on issues like backing the ordinance. The Congress, I maintain, remains the elephant in the room.
Right. But, you know, Rajdeep, going ahead from here, at least with what we saw on the stage there, do you see a certain sense of isolation also for the Aam Aadmi Party now? Because when it comes down, the Aam Aadmi Party will also need to massively climb down on the winter elections in states that it wants to make political forays in, even if it hopes to get that support where the ordinance is in question.
Well, I think the Aam Aadmi Party is ready to do that. I think at the moment, you see, look at how things have changed, Preeti. In 2022, AAP had the momentum post-Punjab. That took them into Gujarat, where they took on the Congress in a way and wanted to replace the Congress as the main opposition party. The Congress accused AAP of being the B team of the BJP. A year later, or 6 months later, in the middle of 2023, it's the Congress which has the momentum post-Karnataka, and it's the AAP which needs the Congress more now. So that's how politics plays out. But unless that's the problem for this alliance, or this so-called alliance that's building up. How can they keep aside their local differences to stitch together a wider coalition? Are they only looking at short-termism, or do they really have a long-term agenda and narrative? And if they don't have one, then I don't know how long this alliance can last.
Right. Rajdeep, do you see that meeting, which is going to be now tentatively in Shimla, because what was made clear that it's a tentative date? Do you see that take place at all? You know, when we began this broadcast, in the middle, it seemed to suggest, okay, there's no breakdown, there's no breakthrough, which is a good thing where this motley crew type of an alliance is concerned. But do you see anything different from that now in terms of what has transpired in the last 45 minutes?
I think it has. I think the AAP has clearly set a marker, and that in a way does put pressure on the remaining allies to try and sort it out before the next meeting in Shimla. I do believe that meeting will take place. Parliament is next month. So, you know, when the ordinance comes out in Parliament, that will be a big test. I don't think the Congress will back out from supporting the AAP on the ordinance. That's the sense I get talking to a number of the leaders, that Mallikarjun Kharge, who's the leader of the party in the Rajya Sabha, is more than open to backing the AAP in the Rajya Sabha, but he doesn't want any preconditions. He's saying, we have come here to stitch together 2024 alliance. Let's not bring local issues as preconditions. Arvind Kejriwal is saying, look, if I don't have the trust, to win my trust, you need to take these steps now. So I think it's a question of sequencing. I do believe that by the time Shimla happens, there will be an attempt made to sort it out. The likes of Mr. Pawar and Nitish Kumar will play that role. But it's a hard grind. This is a marathon, Preeti. This is not going to be a one-day match that overnight suddenly you'll have a grand alliance being stitched. That's not happening.
At least, all right, Rajiv, we'll see you at the top of 7. You know, if it is a marathon, which definitely it seems like, starting out on a rather hot note, the temperature soaring where Patna is concerned, but maybe Shimla will be colder climes. Having said that, Maushmi is joining us. Maushmi, give us a minute. Let's quickly cut across to Arshdeep Singh Khadial, who's been waiting for a while. Arshdeep, apologies for keeping you waiting, but the ball where Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned is in the Congress's court. Support the ordinance in Rajya Sabha, and you're talking about at least 20 seats, 13 plus 7, and you could fight it together with the Aam Aadmi Party where Delhi and Punjab are concerned.
Thank you. Kindly allow me a minute and a half uninterrupted. As far as the topic of Delhi ordinance is concerned, the matter for us, congressmen, is equivalent to being sub judice because our High Command is deliberating upon that. However, if the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson is here on the debate, I would like to ask a question to them. why did the Aam Aadmi Party not go to court in June? Because the vacation bench nevertheless sits, and the matters of triple talaq, the matter of NJAC was decided in summer vacations. Number two, coming to the topic. See, the ideology of the opposition parties is very simple. It is Bharat Jodo. It is against the Bharatiya Janata Party's ideology of Bharat Todo. Now we need to understand one thing, that the Bharatiya Janata Party is, against national interest. It has been realized by everybody. And thanks to the Bharatiya Janata Party's suppression politics, vendetta politics, they have united the entire country against them. They have united all the political parties against themselves. And, I think the House of Cards of the Bharatiya Janata Party had created based upon lies, based upon betrayal, based upon false
But
promises.
Arshdeep Khadian, you might have united the opposition parties. One party is still missing, and that's the Aam Aadmi Party, and the onus lies on the Congress right now, and that at least is what transpired in that meeting. And I want to bring in Maushmi back into this conversation. Maushmi, it seems, and correct me if I'm wrong, out of the 17 political parties which include the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, of the 15, 12 openly supported the Aam Aadmi Party on the issue of ordinance, where the likes of Mamata Banerjee even wanted it part of the press note which goes out to the media where this meeting was concerned. So now the ball clearly in the Congress's court. What's going on there?
Absolutely, Preeti, and here you know that I had this inkling. I had said yesterday as well that the Congress feels that the Aam Aadmi Party is holding it to gunpoint and asking for a yes or a no. And these pressure tactics don't work if you're talking about building trust and building a relationship for the upcoming polls, as far as the alliances are concerned. And that's what happened. The Congress refused to say a yes or a no and said we will sort it out on a later date. But my sources tell me that the Congress in principle has agreed to in fact vote against the ordinance and support the Aam Aadmi Party. But it's just the commitment. There is a lot of blood loss between both of them, and perhaps the Congress was not ready to give it so easy to the Aam Aadmi Party. That's why many leaders refer to the fact that there are many parties who are not here but will join the bandwagon. Nitish Kumar indicated smilingly that there are some leaders who had to leave early because there was a flight. I have a mini scoop for you, Preeti. When I went inside and Arvind Kejriwal's nameplate was hurriedly taken away when he didn't turn up. Remember, we were talking about who's going to sit between Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi. But behind, in the back, amidst the backbenchers or the second row benchers where Supriya Sule was seated, I saw that Raghav Chadha and Sanjay Singh's nameplate was right there. So Arvind Kejriwal pulled out of the press conference last moment. It's not like MK Stalin, who might have indicated that he has to fly far south and he would like to leave before the presser. But Arvind Kejriwal perhaps was expected in the press conference and didn't turn up. Now perhaps there would be a lot of off-camera and back-channel talks over what has transpired and why did Arvind leave in a huff. But that actually indicates, you've made a start, but there are a lot of maneuvers, lots of positionings and lots of bargaining and lots of bending backwards that needs to be done not only by the regional satraps but also by the Congress party, and that's the reason the next meeting is not slotted very far away.
Right, true. There's not much time. Maushmi, thank you for joining us. We're going to come back to you on the top of 7. There are reporters getting you the latest, the inside scoops, the back-end deals on what's really going on, who's missing, who walked off in a huff. Where Arvind Kejriwal is concerned, one thing is very clear. The reason he left is attended the meeting but boycotted the press conferences because the Congress refused to commit on the issue of ordinance. The Aam Aadmi Party sources say that we're willing to talk about everything. We're willing to talk about seat sharing where Delhi is concerned, willing to talk about seat sharing where Punjab is concerned, willing to also talk about whether or not the Aam Aadmi Party will make forays into states like Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, but at least support us when it comes down to the ordinance in Rajya Sabha. Will that happen where the Congress is concerned? We'll see. Not much time. If the meeting in Shimla, the second round, is slated to be on the 2nd or the 13th. We'll keep an eye on it. A quick break. Coming up on the other side of the fascinating story, yet tragic. After 4 days of intense search and rescue operations, the 5-member crew on board the submersible Titan have been reported assumed dead.
Highest trappings of American friendship on full display. America extends its most elevated protocols for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But India means business, no mere optics. The Prime Minister gets down to work with the United States. A huge boost to India's air power, an emphatic statement of a deeper military cooperation. The Indian Air Force will get GE jet engines. The US manufacturer has announced plans to jointly produce F414 engines with the state-owned Hindustan Aeronautics in India. GE Aerospace is a leading provider of jet engines, components and systems for commercial and military aircraft. The company described the deal as a major milestone amidst Prime Minister Modi's visit to the United States, a key element in military ties between the two countries.
Quality today. In Delhi, 132. In Mumbai, 56. In Kolkata, 25. In Bangalore, 55. In Chennai, 63. In Hyderabad, 6.
I want to touch upon another aspect which you are regarded very highly about is during your career and through your private sector tenure, you emphasize the need for gender neutrality in hiring and for promotion of executives in banks. And so many of your proteges or ICICI Bank employees went on to become chairpersons of very large banking corporations. Did that fill you with a lot of happiness and pride that you set it along the way, and so many of them actually were, India had so many women bank chairmen over the last 10 or 15 years.
I am very proud and happy about it. But where I quarrel is I did not do anything on that. I just said that, as I was mentioning, I did not differentiate between man and woman in banking. For me, what mattered is talent. What mattered is merit. And if the gender did not come in the way, I removed the firewall between the genders, and that the rest took care of itself. Because the women were really as strong as men insofar as professional management is concerned. In some respects, they were better than men also. At one stage in ICICI Bank, it was told that I was sitting and Kamath was sitting next to me in the board. The rest were all women who were sitting there. But it was a very pleasant sight. And that's the way in which the general neutrality will come. I read recently something about some criticism about India that only 21% of women have employment and the rest are not employed. So when we talk in terms of the demographic dividend, we are not utilizing 73% of our demographic population. So that is not a very good thing to happen. And so we need to remove a lot of barriers which are preventing women to come up in the any organization. It's not only banking, in any organization for that matter. I think the gender neutrality is a must for success of an organization.
No, it's remarkable to hear that you and Mr. Kamath were sitting in the board surrounded only by women. It's such a remarkable story. But I also want to ask you on the same strain, and I hope you'll humor me. Now, did it strike a bitter note when this whole Chanda Kochar episode happened? Because, she was a woman who rose to the top, and then that very unfortunate episode happened. What was your reaction when you read about it and heard about it?
I would rather not comment on that because I think still there is what's known as sub judice. And this is a matter I don't want to discuss in public. Successions take place on the basis of the judgment which we consider to be proper at that particular point of time. And what happens later on is something which we all make mistakes. If it turns out it's a mistake, we have to acknowledge it is a mistake. But we could never have known. In any case, this cannot be a matter of public debate.
Welcome back. Let's cut across right now to Union Minister Smriti Irani speaking.
कभी कल्पना नहीं की होगी कि जिस ममता बंदोपाध्याय के हाथ कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं के खून से सने हैं, वही हाथ एक दिन राहुल जी के सर पर दिखाई देगा। ये कल्पना तो तमिलनाडु की जनता ने भी नहीं की होगी कि जिस डीएमके पार्टी को 1990 के दशक में कांग्रेस के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने स्वर्गीय राजीव गांधी जी की हत्या में सहयोग देने का आरोप लगाया, एक दिन उसी डीएमके के साथ गांधी खानदान के नेतृत्व में रिश्ते कांग्रेस पार्टी के और मधुर होंगे। राष्ट्र ने देखा ममता जी ने लालू जी के चरण स्पर्श किए, लेकिन लालू जी ना जनता भूली ना निश्चित आप कि कैसे ममता बंदोपाध्याय जी ने आपके खिलाफ आपके दावों की पोल खोलते हुए एक श्वेत पत्र जारी किया था। राष्ट्र यह भी नहीं भूलेगा कि विपक्ष के नेता शरद पवार जी ने सोनिया जी के नेतृत्व पर किस प्रकार की टिप्पणी की थी। मैं विशेष आभार व्यक्त करती हूं कि ममता जी ने अपने उचित भाव तब प्रस्तुत किए जब उन्होंने कहा कि अगर राहुल गांधी विपक्ष के लीडर बन गए तो नरेंद्र मोदी को पुनः 2024 में प्रधानमंत्री बनने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता। स्वार्थ का ये गठबंधन जिसके निशाने पर है हिंदुस्तान, ये राजनीतिक दल जब भी इकट्ठे आए भ्रष्टाचार लाए, परिवारवाद लाए और राष्ट्र की आर्थिक प्रगति को संकुचित करने का अपने संग आरोप लेते आए। Ladies and gentlemen, it is said that wolves hunt in packs. A political pack met in Patna. Their prey is the future of India. It is ironical that Trinamool Congress Party members today witnessed bonhomie between Mamata Bandyopadhyay and that Communist Party, the leadership of which was particularly known for dragging Mamata Bandyopadhyay by her hair especially when she tried to speak for the people of Bengal. It is ironical that the Congress leadership at the center shakes hands with Mamata Bandyopadhyay, the TMC leadership whose hands are sullied by the blood of Congress workers in the state of West Bengal. That it is known in the late 90s, the Congress leadership had accused the DMK leadership of contributing to circumstances that led to the assassination of Shri Rajiv Gandhi. Begs the question, at what cost will the Gandhi family do its politics? While the nation was recently witness to Mamata Bandyopadhyay ji pay reverence to Lalu ji, I'm sure neither the nation nor Lalu ji has forgotten how Mamata Bandyopadhyay presented a white paper describing in detail the incapacities of Lalu ji as a minister in the center. It is interesting that Mamata Bandyopadhyay has been extremely prophetic when she said that if Rahul Gandhi is the leader of the opposition, then it is certain that Narendra Modi will yet again be elected as Prime Minister. Like I said, wolves hunt in pack. The prey today that they have decided will be the future of India. I'll leave the floor open for questions, please.
आसिफ ANI
स्मृति जी, विपक्ष का बैठक था, अरविंद केजरीवाल गए थे, लेकिन अध्यादेश को लेकर के वो कह रहे कांग्रेस साथ नहीं देती तो हम आगे से किसी भी बैठक में नहीं आएंगे। उसी के साथ एक जुड़ता हुआ प्रश्न है कि महबूबा मुफ्ती कह रही कि जो देश 370 जम्मू एंड कश्मीर से हटाओ, आगे देश में भी इसी तरह से कुछ हो सकता है।
आपके दो प्रश्न हैं, दोनों का अलग अलग जवाब है। आम आदमी पार्टी का गठबंधन की शुरुआत में ही गठबंधन को पॉलिटिकली ब्लैकमेल करना इस बात का संकेत है कि इस अनहोली अलायंस के साथ क्या पॉलिटिकल अनहोनी होने वाली है। जहां तक महबूबा मुफ्ती जी का सवाल है, श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी को स्पष्ट करना होगा कि क्या श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी और उनका परिवार पुनः भारत का विभाजन चाहता है।
यतीन्द्र टीवी 18
मेरा एक सवाल है, जब प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही थी और सीताराम येचुरी का नंबर आया तो ममता बनर्जी उनके बोलने की वजह से नाराज दिखाई दी और उनके बोलने से पहले वो पीसी छोड़कर चली गई। दूसरा सवाल एक है कि लालू प्रसाद यादव ने राहुल गांधी के ऊपर बोला कि अब उनको
Press conference by BJP Minister Smriti Irani taking on what was the Mahagathbandhan meet in Patna. With that, I'm going to go into a quick break. To stay with us right on the top of 6 p.m. My colleague Akshita with the top story of Prime Minister Modi becoming the first Indian Prime Minister to address the joint meeting of the US Congress twice. That's coming up next. Stay with us.
Day one of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Washington DC was all about Desh Bhakti, delectable delicacies, with the Bidens and Desi diaspora dhamaka. Modi arrived at the joint base Andrews in Washington DC, where he was given a ceremonial guard of honor in heavy rains. The Prime Minister, who was wearing a raincoat, stood throughout in rapt attention for the national anthems of the two countries, unmindful of the torrential rains. From the airport, Modi travelled to the hotel where large and boisterous Indian diaspora members were waiting for him. The Indian American community staged cultural programs including Garba and folk dance outside the hotel in Washington DC, where Modi is staying. In his first public interaction in the US Capitol, Modi and US First Lady Jill Biden then visited the National Science Federation and interacted with students.
Powered by Voltas Pure Air 6-stage adjustable AC. Ajio Big Bold Sale.
Modi shuts down dying democracy rant. Sharpest pushback against propaganda. Asked on Minority Report, Modi's fiery reply.
What steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के डीएनए में लोकतंत्र है.
Modi rose, रग रग में डेमोक्रेसी.
Hello and good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and over the next 1 hour, we're focusing on all the big highlights, all the big takeaways from the Prime Minister's visit to America so far. The big headline-grabbing moment was, of course, his address at the US Congress, as well as his response to a media question about minority rights, human rights being snatched in India, and that entire narrative. We'll get to all the reactions coming in on that and also keep a focus on what you can expect over the next few hours, the final leg of the Prime Minister's America visit. First, as always, let's begin with the headlines. Mega opposition meet concludes in Patna. 15 political parties decide to fight against Modi together, but no consensus or post of convener. Round 2 of discussions in Shimla next in August. Up fumes at Congress over ordinance war, says it should decide whether it's with the BJP or against it. Kejriwal skips the joint opposition press briefing. Chief Owaisi's big attack on Nitish, asks where was Nitish in 2002 Gujarat genocide, says opposition will end up helping Modi in 2024. BJP hits out at opposition Gathbandhan meet in Patna. Smriti Irani calls it a selfish alliance, says India's future is opposition's target. Prime Minister Modi attends the all-important state dinner with President Biden, and First Lady Jill Biden raises a toast to India-US friendship. And after a 5-day intensive hunt in the Atlantic Ocean, all 5 civilians on board Ocean Gate's Titanic submersible declared dead. So as we focus on the Prime Minister's visit to America, and day 2 particularly was a full-on power-packed agenda, let's tell you what to expect in the hours to come. Again, through the night, the Prime Minister is going to be busy, at least Indian Standard Time. Let's tell you what's on the itinerary going forward. Well, at about 10 p.m. this evening, you can expect that there will be India-US high-tech handshake event. Now, this is where tech companies will be coming together. This event will happen at the White House. That will be followed by a luncheon, a State Department luncheon, where representatives, all the officials who've been part of the Indian contingent will also be a part of that particular lunch. Now, after that, there will be a series of business meetings also that will take place. Remember, we've already seen some business huddles peppered along the Prime Minister's schedule in the last few days. You can expect more of that between 2:45 to 3:45 in the morning. And then the big one, the community event at the Ronald Reagan Center, which will kick off at 4 a.m. Indian Standard Time. The Prime Minister is expected to be there somewhere between 4:30 to 5 in the morning, and he's going to be addressing the Indian diaspora. Hours later, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be leaving from America after what has been deemed as a hugely successful tour and a successful visit. At 9:40 a.m. tomorrow morning, he will be departing from America, not coming back home just yet. He's going to be heading to Cairo in Egypt. But what's happened so far as the Prime Minister's America visit is concerned? In the last 24 hours, there have been crucial takeaways and developments that have happened. In case you've missed them, let's get you some of the most eye-catching moments. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's almost an hour-long address to the joint session of US Congress clearly left a lasting impression. Congressmen filled the hall. In fact, there were chants of Modi, Modi, with 15 standing ovations and 79 applauses. The chants came from the galleries filled with Indian Americans. The Prime Minister's address was also attended by the Indian diaspora, and they were seen chanting slogans throughout the Prime Minister's speech, as you can hear them. It wasn't just, however, the Indian diaspora that was supremely excited. Prime Minister Modi was seen signing autographs for some of the members of US Congress. The senators were queuing up to get a signed copy of the Prime Minister's speech. Members of the US Congress also flanked Prime Minister Modi to click a selfie with him. And the Prime Minister was seen graciously heeding to every selfie request, spending almost 15 minutes after his speech heeding to every request. The iconic Empire State Building in New York was, in fact, lit up in the tricolour during the Prime Minister's visit. And the Empire State Building was shining bright in the colours of the Indian national flag. Let's first get you details of what played out in the US Congress address. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is now the first Indian Prime Minister to have addressed the joint meeting of the US Congress twice. In his hour-long address to the US Congress, Prime Minister Modi touched upon various topics. He spoke about climate change. He spoke about Indian economy, the growth, the boom we've been seeing, women empowerment, terrorism. He spoke about the Indo-Pacific, the Quad's power, and amid all of that, also threw in a number of jokes that had the House in laughs. Let's get you all the details in our next report.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's historic second address to the US Congress. The Prime Minister walked into loud cheer and applause as lawmakers welcomed him. Flanked by US Vice President Kamala Harris, the Prime Minister received a rock star welcome. Lawmakers stood up and applauded as he walked up to the podium to deliver his address. Chants of Modi Modi from members of the Indian American lawmakers and members of the Indian diaspora reverberated the Grand House chamber at the US Capitol.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Excellency Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
In a scathing attack on Pakistan, Prime Minister reiterated that there can be no double standards in dealing with terror. He called on the world to act against state sponsors of terror.
More than 2 decades after 9/11 and more than a decade after 26/11 in Mumbai, radicalism and terrorism still remain a pressing danger for the whole world. We must overcome all such forces sponsoring and exporting terror.
Prime Minister Modi also referred to China amid its aggressive military maneuvering in the strategically vital Indo-Pacific region.
The dark clouds of coercion and confrontation are casting their shadow in the Indo-Pacific. The stability of the region has become one of the central concerns of our partnership. We share a vision of a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. We also remember,
noting that the Ukraine
many
conflict
others
is causing great pain in the region,
work
Modi
for
said that this is
liberty,
not an era of war,
equality,
once again appealing for dialogue and
justice.
diplomacy.
This is not an era of war. But it is one of dialogue and diplomacy. And we all must do what we can to stop the bloodshed and human suffering.
Modi paid rich tribute to the Indian-American community's success and cited
Every
Vice President
100
Kamala
miles.
Harris as a glowing example.
There are millions here who have roots in India. Some of them sit proudly in this chamber. And there is one behind me who
Prime Minister Modi also hailed woman power and said that they will lead the world towards a better future.
women sages compose many verses in these Vedas. And today, in modern India, women are leading us to a better future.
Modi sang a couplet written by him to stress India's steely resolve in the global arena.
आसमान में सिर उठाकर, आसमान में सिर उठाकर, घने बादलों को चीरकर, रोशनी का संकल्प ले, अभी तो सूरज उगा है.
Modi received 15 standing ovations and 79 applauses during his hour-long speech.
I think more than anything, you talk about the future and the future alliance between the United States and India, how great that's going to be. And it was a very moving speech.
The message from the Prime Minister is very positive and very exciting to see the relationship between the United States and India.
God bless America. Jai Hind. Long live India-US friendship. Thank you.
Amid Modi and Bharat Mata Ki Jai chants, the Prime Minister was mobbed for selfies and autographs both by US lawmakers and Indian Americans. With Rahul Kanwal and Geeta Mohan in Washington, D.C., Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's take this across now to our Foreign Affairs editor, Geeta Mohan. She's joining us live from Washington, D.C. Geeta, it's been, of course, a fully packed meeting and visit for the Prime Minister, which means it's been packed for you too, while covering the Prime Minister's different schedules. But what's expected now going forward in the hours to come? What to you is going to be the biggest highlight of the events lined up?
Well, a very important business engagement. There's a high-tech handshake that is going to take place. No access there. There's going to be a pool spray, which means official media will go in, take photo ops and come out. Then he has some very important meetings with the top CEOs of the country, followed by his address to an event organized by US ISPF. That's going to be a very interesting one at the Kennedy Center, where there are about 900 to 1,000 delegates who would be there to listen to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the vision of an economic future for India and the United States of America. And finally, before he leaves for Cairo, Egypt, he is going to do what he does in every visit of his, which is engage the Indian diaspora. That's going to happen at a place called the Ronald Reagan Center, right across his own hotel, Hotel Bullard. And there, like in the past, when we've had a huge
Okay, apologies. We'll reconnect with Geeta in just a bit. She has been getting us details really of what's expected now going forward in the Prime Minister's visit, the last day of his America tour, and lots lined up once again. We'll continue tracking that and continue also getting you the highlights on the other side of a short break. What played out at the state dinner at the White House? That's what we'll tell you after this short break. Stay with us.
Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi chose traditional Hindu culture of Das Danam for an octogenarian who has witnessed 1,000 full moons as his gift concept for the US President Joe Biden. In a sandalwood box handcrafted by a master craftsman from Jaipur, 10 different objects of Das Danam were aesthetically placed. The sandalwood for the box was sourced from Mysore and had intricately carved flora and fauna patterns. For the Das Danam, Bhu Danam or land donation is an important gift. Sandalwood was offered in place of Bhutan. In fact, each item of this gift box is handcrafted from different parts of India. There was a silver idol of Ganesha, the Hindu deity considered as the destroyer of obstacles and the one who is worshipped first among all gods. It's handcrafted by a family of 5th generation silversmiths of Kolkata. A diya or oil lamp occupies a sacred space in every Hindu household. The silver diya in the box has also been handcrafted by artisans from the family of 5th generation silversmiths in Kolkata. A delicately handcrafted silver coconut by the skilled artisans of West Bengal was offered in place of a cow for Godan. Til or white sesame seeds sourced from Tamil Nadu offered for Tildan. Handcrafted in Rajasthan, this 24-carat pure and hallmarked gold coin is offered as Hiranyadan or donation of gold. Ghee or clarified butter sourced from Punjab is offered for Achiyadan. A hand-woven textured tushar silk cloth sourced from Jharkhand symbolized Vastradan. Long-grained rice sourced from Uttarakhand are offered for Dhanyadan or donation of food grains. As Gurdan, jaggery sourced from Maharashtra was offered. A 99.5% pure and hallmarked silver coin, aesthetically crafted by Rajasthan artisans, was offered as Ropyadan or donation of silver. Lavan or salt from Gujarat made for Lavandan or donation of salt. All these gift items were placed on the copper plate or the tamrapatra sourced from Uttar Pradesh. A shloka has been inscribed on it. In ancient times, tamrapatra was widely used as a medium for writing and record keeping. Other than this, the Prime Minister also gifted President Biden a copy of the first edition print of the 10 principal Upanishads published by Faber and Faber Limited of London and printed at the University Press, Glasgow. It was one of the final works of W.B. Yeats.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime and we're getting you all the highlights of the Prime Minister's visit to America so far. In Washington, D.C., after he addressed a joint sitting of the U.S. Congress, the first couple of America, the Bidens, held an extravagant historic state dinner for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This was at the White House. 400 dignified guests from all walks of life were invited. Interestingly, Prime Minister Modi and Biden also raised a toast with ginger ale to the successful meeting that happened between them. They toasted to future India-US ties. And very interestingly, President Biden also cracked a joke or two about raising a toast with a non-alcoholic drink. Let's take a look at that.
It was all pomp and grand at the White House in honor of the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The USA reserves this special treatment for its closest allies. The titans of business, fashion, entertainment and more, with the likes of designer Ralph Lauren, filmmaker M. Night Shyamalan, rubbing shoulders with tech leaders from Apple, Google and Microsoft in a state dinner hosted by the first couple of USA, where the who's who of American politics stood in attendance while India was celebrated and honored.
Welcome to Prime Minister Modi's Washington home. I've been doing it. Please have a seat. I've been doing this a long time, but I don't ever remember anybody getting a warmer welcome than this man right here. Good evening, everyone. 20 years ago, as chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I made clear that the United States and India grew to be the closest friends and partners in the world would be a safer place. I believe that even more today, now that I'm president.
कल शाम आपने अपने घर के दरवाजे मेरे लिए खोले। स्पेशल जेस्चर के लिए आपकी मित्रता और गर्मजोशी भरे आदर सत्कार के लिए भी मैं आपका हृदय से बहुत-बहुत आभारी हूं।
But before this grand dinner, Prime Minister Narendra Modi held high-level talks with US President Joe Biden at the Oval Office on not-so-comfortable issues like differences over human rights and India's stance on Russia's war in Ukraine. At the dinner party, bilateral ties and friendship were toasted to with no alcohol.
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for your partnership and your friendship. And to all, please join me in a toast. Mr. Prime Minister, I had an Irish grandfather named Ambrose Finnegan, and he used to say that when you give a toast and you don't have any alcohol in your glass, you must do it with your left hand. You think I'm kidding? I'm not.
Prime Minister Modi quipped with his own rejoinder.
मैंने देखा है कि आपकी मेहमान नवाजी से प्रभावित होकर कई बार आपके मेहमान गाना भी गाने लगते हैं। काश मुझ में भी गाने की कला होती तो मैं भी आपको कुछ सुनाता।
Not particularly known for his humor, but the Indian Prime Minister's comment hit home. He was referring to South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol, who surprised guests when he got up on stage during a White House state dinner, honoring him in April, and belted out a rendition of American Pie, one of his favorite songs, to raucous applause.
Something touched me deep inside the day. Wow. The music
On Thursday, the Honourable State Guest on his second state dinner at the White House praised India and USA's deepening bond as the Bidens held an extravaganza, a historic state dinner.
And may we always remember that it's our people that give our partnership strength. From all the backgrounds and beliefs, they inspire us, challenge us, tell us the truth, and push us forward. They're the reason our democracies endure, evolve, reflect, and renew generation after generation.
जैसे जैसे समय गुजर रहा है, हमारे लोगों में और एक दूसरे के प्रति समझ और बढ़ रही है, एक दूसरे के नामों का सही उच्चारण कर पाते हैं, एक दूसरे के एक्सेंट को समझ पाते हैं। भारत में बच्चे हैलोवीन पर स्पाइडरमैन बनते हैं और अमेरिका के युवा नाटू नाटू पर डांस करते हैं।
The 400 distinguished guests dined on a plant-based menu of millet and corn salad, portobello mushrooms and strawberry shortcake, catering to the Indian Prime Minister's vegetarian tastes.
Toast to our partnership, to our people, to the possibilities that lie ahead, to two great friends, two great nations, and two great powers. Cheers.
A toast to our wonderful hosts, President Biden and Dr. Jill Biden. A toast to good health, prosperity, and the pursuit of happiness, to liberty, equality, and fraternity, and to the everlasting bonds of friendship between India and the United States. Cheers.
Cheers.
Indian national flower, the lotus, was visible throughout the pavilion, along with saffron-hued floral arrangements that differed from table to table at the south lawn of the White House, as the most powerful head of state of the world admired and showed respect to the growing, most powerful head of state from Asia. It was an evening of dazzling brilliance of India on Uncle Sam's soil.
And that report gives you a sense of the kind of warmth that Prime Minister Modi has received from the Bidens, with President Biden even starting off his toast by saying welcome to Prime Minister Modi's Washington home. On the other side of a short break on 6 p.m. Prime, we're going to put the spotlight on a comment made by the Prime Minister that's triggered a political showdown here in India. There was a question asked to Prime Minister Modi about whether democracy is dead in India. We'll tell you what his response was in just a minute.
हमने सिद्ध किया है डेमोक्रेसी कैन डिलीवर, और जब मैं डिलीवर कहता हूं तब कास्ट, क्रीड, रिलीजन, जेंडर, किसी भी भेदभाव को
People often donate heart and eyes, but now you can also donate your skin. North India's first skin bank is ready in Delhi's Safdarjung Hospital. Eligible disease donors can donate skin and give someone a new lease of life. Burn victims can immensely benefit from these skin banks for their graft surgeries.
स्किन बैंकिंग में ये खास बात है कि इसमें कोई मैचिंग की जरूरत नहीं है। कोई भी पेशेंट स्किन डोनेट कर सकता है। उस मरीज की, उस डिजीज़ की दी हुई स्किन किसी भी दूसरे मरीज में इस्तेमाल हो सकती है। ना कोई ब्लड ग्रुपिंग मैचिंग चाहिए, ना कोई और HLA मैचिंग चाहिए। और जिसमें ये स्किन हमने लगाई है उसको जीवन में कोई स्टेरॉयड और इम्यूनोसप्रेसेंट्स खाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है।
Safdarjung Hospital authorities are also doing everything they can to make people aware about skin donation. With the help of specialized equipment and proven techniques, donated skin is processed and stored in bank before transplantation.
इतने सारे वार्ड्स हैं जो भी नए डॉक्टर्स ज्वाइन करते हैं, जूनियर रेजिडेंट्स हैं, वो ज्वाइन करते हैं तो उनको सेमिनार्स लेके, उनको इन्फॉर्म करके उनको बताया जाएगा। डेथ फॉर्म है, जब हम लोग उसको साइन करते हैं तो उसमें भी हम सोच सकते हैं कि हम उसमें भी ऐड करा दें कि हम आई डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं और स्किन डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं।
As of now, there are 16 skin banks across the country, and here's hoping that this latest center in Delhi opens the doors for many more such skin banks in India. With Neetu Jha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Staying healthy in the summer involves knowing how to avoid sun poisoning and sunburn. Safe and healthy eating and drinking practices are included. We're telling you exactly what the most common mistakes in summers are and how you can avoid them. Though it may be tempting to enjoy the summer months outside, it's important to not overstay your welcome in the hot summer sun. Doing so can increase the risk of sunburn, sun poisoning and skin cancer. Here are things you must keep in mind before you use a sunscreen. Adults should wear a sunscreen with no less than an SPF 15. Sunscreens should also be broad spectrum. This means they have the ability to protect against both ultraviolet A or UVA and ultraviolet B or UVB. UVA is what makes the skin age and UVB is what burns the skin. But if you do end up with a sunburn, do not use ice cubes. Sunburns can react to extreme cold. Do this instead. Putting a cold, damp towel on the skin for 10 to 15 minutes a few times each day. Applying a moisturizer with aloe vera or soy. Drinking extra water, leaving blisters alone. Sunglasses do much more than complement style during sunny days. Look for sunglasses that block out 99 to 100% of both UVA and UVB radiation. Lessen the risk of foodborne illnesses by keeping hands washed and cleaning prep surfaces and appliances. Cook and hold meats to their proper internal temperature as well. The anti-inflammatory properties of the following foods may act as a natural defense against the sun and sunburns. Berries, tomatoes, carrots, salad greens, fatty fish such as salmon, almond, green tea.
The diet which is high fiber diet and which have a high water content, for example green leafy vegetables, they have a high water content. You can eat watermelon in this summer. You can drink lot of fluids like coconut water is very important. Its potassium is a rich source of potassium. Potassium is very important for your muscles, and heat cramps most of the times when happen, it is all because of potassium and sodium loss from the body. So all these precautions you have to take this summer.
In New Delhi, Sneha Murdani for India Today.
Welcome back. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime and we're recapping for you some of the big moments of the Prime Minister's visit to America so far. One that's made headlines is the Prime Minister answering questions from reporters soon after the bilateral yesterday. He was asked particularly by a Wall Street Journal reporter about reported human rights concerns in India. The Prime Minister's message was clear. He said, democracy runs in our DNA, democracy runs in our veins, and that there's absolutely no space for discrimination.
As you stand here in the east room of the White House, where so many world leaders have made commitments to protecting democracy, what steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग कहते हैं नहीं, भारत डेमोक्रेसी है.
Asked on India's democratic credentials and rights of Muslims, the Prime Minister made an emphatic answer at the joint briefing with President Joe Biden. Prime Minister Modi was answering to Wall Street journalist Sabrina Siddiqui. The Prime Minister's body language said it all. He removed his earpiece to make his point with full authority.
What steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग कहते हैं नहीं भारत डेमोक्रेसी है और इसलिए जब आप डेमोक्रेसी कहते हैं जब डेमोक्रेसी को स्वीकार करते हैं और जब हम डेमोक्रेसी को लेकर के जीते हैं तब डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता है और इसलिए भारत सबका साथ सबका विकास सबका विश्वास सबका प्रयास उन मूलभूत सिद्धांतों को लेकर के और इसलिए हम चलते हैं
Prime Minister Modi made it clear that his government will not let go of India's democratic credentials at any cost. In a massive pushback to silence critics who have trained guns on India over the issue of minority rights, President Biden also rubbished claims by former US President Barack Obama on India's track record in safeguarding Muslims. Publicly defending India and the Modi government, Biden repeated Modi's claim that democracy is in India's DNA.
And it is in America's DNA, and I believe in India's DNA, that the whole world has a stake in our success, both of us, in maintaining our democracies, makes us appealing partners, and enables us to expand democratic institutions around the world. And I believe this, and I still believe this.
Modi, while speaking at the US Congress, made it a point to underscore his government's Sabka Saath policy to uphold minority rights.
Our vision is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas. It means together for everyone's growth, with everyone's trust and everyone's efforts.
Sought to silence its
This was Modi's biggest counter ever to a powerful voice, which has been critical of his government.
जैसा राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने कहा, भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के डीएनए में लोकतंत्र है। लोकतंत्र हमारा स्पिरिट है। लोकतंत्र हमारी रगों में है।
Will Modi's forceful assertions silence his detractors? With Rahul Kanwal and Geeta Mohan in Washington, D.C., Bureau Report, India Today.
A slew of political reactions have also come in to the Prime Minister's message on democracy, because soon after that particular press conference, even at the US Congress, in the joint sitting that he addressed, the Prime Minister time and again spoke about how India and the United States together are democracies winning and are democracies that deliver. So that message also has resonated here in the country at a time when you've had this narrative, at least attempts to set a narrative, particularly by international media groups, that there is a violation of human rights that's repeatedly happening in India, that minorities don't have a say, that minorities don't have a voice. And the Prime Minister's message to that is very clear. He says that democracy is India, essentially. Democracy is written in our constitution, it's in our DNA, it runs in our veins. And he also started off very clearly by saying, I'm surprised to hear you say that anyone says India doesn't have a vibrant democracy. Geeta Mohan is joining us live with more details on that. Geeta, even if we focus on the entire controversy of what the Prime Minister said on democracy, this press conference really that happened, there were two questions that were raised. One on democracy, which the Prime Minister chose to respond with a 3-minute long answer, essentially.
That's right. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has completely shut down those who were questioning the record of India, credibility of the Indian administration and the Modi administration when it comes to the human rights record. It also comes at a time when there have been Democrats as well as Republicans who have written who wrote to the president, urging the president to take up the matter of human rights with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We do know that the National Security Advisor of the United States of America said that these matters are discussed and exchanges take place between the two countries. very clearly admitting that there are concerns that India also raises with regards to situations in the United States of America. But having said that, this also comes at a time when you're looking at Prime Minister Modi being accorded the kind of respect that he was accorded at the Congress to address to the House of Representatives and the Senators, and the message that was put across the standing ovation by all those, including Congresswoman Jayapala, clearly shows that there is a sense in how America now is viewing the Modi administration, and there has been a huge shift in that stance as well when it comes to how they want to discuss the matters. It no longer is about what America raises, but the exchanges that the two sides have on issues on in both countries.
But if we were to ask that question, Geeta, of what's been raised, was any mention of anything even remotely about democracy, about some of these reports suggesting that, minorities are being targeted? Was any of that raised in the bilateral?
So what we are given to understand is that all issues when it comes to India and the United States of America were discussed, but the conversations with regards to the situation on the ground certainly was not a paramount did not consume a lot of the time of the leaders or the delegation. These are matters that were taken up earlier by both sides, of the concerns that both sides have. But when the formal conversations took place yesterday, they spoke about, like they do, on exchanges with regards to what has been happening. They did go quite aware into the room that there are letters that have been written to the president with regards to the human rights situation. So in that context, the issue might have come up, but India has very clearly stated, and this is not an explanation by the administration, but just very clearly stated that the reason why democracy is thriving in India is because there is voice for dissent. Many disagree, not just here, back home as well, but also being democratic when you allow space for dissent of the popular opinion itself.
Okay, all right. Geeta, thanks very much for joining us with all those details. We'll be reconnecting with you in just an hour from now, when you will see official engagements of the Prime Minister kicking off for day 3 of his visit to America. Geeta, Mohan, Rahul Kanwal have been keeping us ahead, getting us all those live updates from Washington. I'm slipping into a very short break. We'll continue getting you all of the highlights of the Prime Minister's visit so far on the other side.
What are you making, ma'am, of what we've seen at play, a huge amount of bonhomie between the Indian Prime Minister and the American President in display, not just at the White House Oval Office, but even at the lawns of the south lawns of the White House? Smriti ji, welcome.
Well, I think the gods have conspired to make sure that the visit is extremely grand and successful. As you know that there is an Indian belief that when something very auspicious is to happen, the rain gods make their presence felt. And the fact that the Indo-US relationship cannot be looked upon myopically only from a strategic cooperation vis-a-vis defense, today begets a conversation around new opportunities that we have with this bilateral relationship. One in the sector of AI, another in the sector of semiconductors, then there is the sector of quantum computing and physics, then there is an opportunity in the green hydrogen mission, then you see an opportunity in biotechnology that Indian pharmaceutical companies are currently manufacturing in 14 locations around the United States of America, speaks volumes about the potential that is yet to be unleashed, that 40% of generic drug formulations in the US emanate from India, again speaks about our healthcare capacities that can be leveraged for the US market, that we have 200 active collaborations between Indian and US labs, again cements my position vis-a-vis healthcare, that a nation state which was a part of a cartoon years ago when it came to India's space mission, where I still remember a legendary cartoon behind a glass door which said NASA, was an Indian farmer with a cow trying to knock and find a way in, to now The Economist at the front page putting President Biden and India depicted as a tiger. We have come a long way.
How many such launches are you expecting for this fiscal, or could you give us a sense of the next 1 or 2 years?
We've already, talked about bringing in almost a launch every quarter. So this is the first. We're going to see some more.
Right, absolutely. So, with premiumization also comes the need for infrastructure upgrade at Hero MotoCorp dealership level, at the ground level as well. So, what are the plans there, sir?
Well, these beauties need a new house.
Of course.
Yeah, so we're going to open 100 premium stores, exclusive stores for our premium products over the next 4 quarters. So we're on that path. We're very, very excited. Our dealers are also very excited about that.
Also, if you're talking about premiumization, one cannot absolutely ignore the fact that Harley is coming up from the Heroes stable. So give us a sense when it's coming on road, and how much volumes will the Extreme and the Harley's X440 add?
So there's going to be a lot of excitement, I can tell you that.
Okay.
Today we're talking about the Extreme,
All right.
and very soon we'll be talking about other stuff as well.
Right. So also my last questions, what is the focus and the plan for the entry-level vehicles? Is Hero simultaneously focusing on the entry-level, the 125cc segment as well, along with the 160 plus cc segment?
Sure. When you think about Hero at the entry commuter side of the business, we're at about 70-80% market share, and therefore getting a couple of points market share is not, there's not much joy in that. What we are looking at is to grow the category, expand the category, invite more consumers as first-time buyers to come in. And we're doing a lot of work with our dealers to be able to get more customers and expand the two-wheeler category.
But as the Chief Growth Officer, are you not concerned, sir, that the sales for rural two-wheelers is almost on a decline constantly, with electric vehicles also coming up into this space? So does that worry you, or the bullish trend will continue for Hero MotoCorp?
We recently launched the Super Splendor X-Tech, which is 125cc, and we're seeing across the board success and uptake in rural as well as in urban. We are seeing Splendor as very strong. HF Deluxe continues to be strong. So we definitely see more and more consumers. Just remember, we've come out of 2 years of COVID. So this is the time when the economy is coming back. There are lots of positive green shoots that we are seeing. And definitely it augurs well for the two-wheeler industry.
Welcome back. One of the big highlights really of the last few days of the Prime Minister being in America has been the warmth, the love from American leaders, from every American citizen also. And that essentially reaffirms how the India-US story is right on track. Let's get you all these images also of the Empire State Building in New York that was lit up in the colors of the Indian national flag. This while the Prime Minister is in America. The administration has been sending out a very clear message to India that America is relying on India to boost their ties going into the future. You've been seeing it in different occasions, whether it's warmth to the Prime Minister, whether it's the kind of greetings for the Indian American community, or these images of the Empire State Building. I'm leaving you with these pictures. Thanks for watching.
Who's played such an important role in this visit by the Indian Prime Minister, could you begin by giving us your sense of what you think is the biggest takeaway from Prime Minister Modi's state visit to the US?
Well, first of all, welcome to the United States. It was extraordinary to see almost 3,000 people on the White House lawn. And of course, the galleries are going to be packed, as is the House. when the Prime Minister comes and addresses the United States Congress later today. I believe the enthusiasm for the relationship is grounded on common interests and common values, a defense interest to make sure that China doesn't emerge as a hegemon in Asia or threaten the sovereignty of nations, an interest in solving climate and solving scientific issues together, and an interest economically in partnering to make sure that our workers and our companies succeed.
I was seeing that in California, you've been facing some pushback on account of the role that you've played in trying to build the India-America relationship. Do you want to talk a bit about that, this criticism that's being flung the way of President Biden, and how he's been able to, leave what the naysayers are saying on the side and really focus on what can be done to take the India-America relationship to the next level?
Well, I have faced criticism for helping play a role in inviting the Prime Minister to address Congress. But I have the same philosophy as President Obama, which is that you talk to leaders, especially of allies, and no country agrees with everything. Of course, it's important to respect human rights, and it's important for India's own cohesion to embrace pluralism, and that is part of a conversation with India. But to have that conversation, you have to engage with the leaders and respect the leaders, and that is what this is about. So I don't think that the criticism is justified.
Welcome to WWDC.
It's the biggest tech news of the year, and an announcement that's got everyone talking. Apple hosted its annual WWDC event on June 5th, unveiling its much-awaited Vision Pro headset. After years of speculations, Apple has finally launched its first ever AR/VR headset called the Vision Pro. This is a unique wearable device that has a bunch of cameras, speakers and sensors strapped to your face. And the weirdest, or maybe the coolest part, is that you can see right through it, just like scuba diving goggles. Unlike Facebook's Quest, Vision Pro does not come with any controller. These headsets will be operated solely by your eyes, hands and voice. You can use it to turn your living room into a theater of your own, and with the help of the spatial audio, a mode displays that offers almost 4K resolution. The headset is powered by an M2 chip and a dedicated R1 chip.
With Vision Pro, you're no longer limited by a display. Your surroundings become an infinite canvas. Use your apps anywhere and make them any size you want.
With the digital crown on the top of the headsets, you can even switch from your physical environment to a virtual one. It houses a battery that offers up to 2 hours of playtime on a single charge. However, when plugged into power, you can use it for as long as you want. This is clearly a game-changer tech launched by Apple, and as expected will burn a big hole in your pocket. The Vision Pro headset will be launched at $3,499 in the United States of America next year. That's roughly around 2,88,000 rupees. And if you're wondering when will it be available here in India, Apple has not yet announced when, or for that matter if at all, it will bring Vision Pro to the Indian market. So what else was launched at the WWDC event? The iOS 17 update for iPhones. The new update brings features like posters for phone application, where you can create a contact card for each person on your contact list. A new name drop feature also now allows users to swap contact information by bringing 2 iPhones together and sharing the contact cards. Apple has also introduced live voicemails that you can have a glance at in case you're busy. It will also give you an ability to send a voicemail with FaceTime.
Our next release, iOS 17, delivers more expressive communication, simplified sharing, more intelligent input, and all new experiences for your iPhone.
पहलवानी में चोट लगना श्रृंगार है, तो वो श्रृंगार तो सभी को पहनना पड़ता है। जैसे उठाया गया था तो वो बहुत देखने में भी बहुत गंदा लग रहा था।
कहते हैं वो गलत तरीके से छूते हैं, उनकी निगाह गलत होती है।
अगर ऐसा होता तो कुछ तो फील हुआ होता हम लोगों को, ऐसा कभी नहीं लगा।
पता नहीं क्या बेइज्जती होगी, कहते इसलिए माँ बाप के भय है।
नेताजी को वो लोग तो थोड़े बनाए हैं, नेताजी को जनता चुन के भेजी है।
ब्रजभूषण का काम पॉलिटिक्स का ही है, वो खिलाड़ी तो है नहीं।
Good evening, you're watching Mission 2024 and today was a crucial day for the possibility of a Mahagathbandhan moving towards their Mission 2024. What went down in the all-party opposition Patna meet where 16 opposition parties met, we're going to break it down. We're going to get you the inside details, what really happened behind closed doors. I'm Preeti Chaudhary, these are the headlines. Mega opposition meet concludes in Patna. 15 political parties decide to fight against Modi together, but no consensus over post of convener. Round 2 of discussions in Shimla in August. Aam Aadmi Party angry at Congress over ordinance war, says it should decide whether it is with the BJP or against it. Kejriwal skips the joint opposition press briefing. AIMIM chief Owaisi's big attack on Nitish, asks where was Nitish in 2002 Gujarat genocide, says opposition will end up helping Modi in 2024. BJP hits out at opposition Gathbandhan meet in Patna. Smriti Irani calls it selfish alliance, says India's future is opposition's target. Prime Minister Modi attends the all-important state dinner with President Biden, and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden raises a toast to India-US friendship. Prime Minister Modi speaks on democracy debate in Washington, says democracy runs in our veins, no question of discrimination on caste, creed, religion or gender.
सिद्ध किया है डेमोक्रेसी कैन डिलीवर, और जब मैं डिलीवर कहता हूं तब कास्ट, क्रीड, रिलीजन, जेंडर, किसी भी भेदभाव को वहां जगह नहीं होती।
After a 5 days intensive hunt in the Atlantic Ocean, all 5 civilians on board Ocean Gate's Titanic submersible declared dead. All right, let's take you now to the big exclusive coming up on what really went down at the all-party meet where 16 of opposition parties met. The inside scoop on the opposition meeting. Sources suggest Kejriwal suggested a 1 versus 1 formula, something which Sharad Pawar has also mooted in the past. 1 versus 1, that all political parties come up with one candidate and that candidate faces off against a Bharatiya Janata Party candidate. The other what we are getting in is what happened. Lalu Yadav asked all parties to be large-hearted. Now, these are all source-based informations. Top sources who attended the meeting confirming to India Today that Arvind Kejriwal and Kharge also discussed the ordinance issue for 7 minutes. It got a little heated as well. Rahul Gandhi said, "We will be flexible." A lot that went down in that party meet, given to understand, where especially Arvind Kejriwal and the Congress is concerned. Over 12 political parties also wanted the Congress to support the Aam Aadmi Party on ordinance. However, at that point of time, Rahul Gandhi had also said that it's a policy matter for the party and they have a process and they will follow that. But the big news that is coming in, and let me take you through that. Poulomi Saha, my colleague, breaking news right now, the inside scoop of the mega opposition meet. Sources have told her that Arvind Kejriwal did suggest a one-on-one formula. Also, Lalu asked parties to be large-hearted. Arvind Kejriwal and Kharge got into an ordinance discussion for about 7 minutes and Mamata Banerjee intervened there. Rahul Gandhi also said we'll be flexible. Poulomi, what more can you add to this news break?
That's right. It was a meeting that lasted close to about 4 hours. It started at 11:30 a.m. in Patna and it ended at about 3:30 p.m. in the afternoon, after which, of course, there was lunch for all the participants of this mega opposition meeting. Some of the key points, of course, which, like you pointed out, Arvind Kejriwal said, let's make this a one-on-one battle. This is something that was mooted by Sharad Pawar earlier as well. Mamata Banerjee also supported this formula as well. M.K. Stalin, of course, interestingly said that there has to be a different formula. It can't be a straight jacket. It can't be a one-size-fits-all formula across all states. So, for instance, if in Maharashtra it's Congress, NCP and the Uddhav Thackeray faction, so it's a ruling alliance of 3 parties which basically takes on the Bharatiya Janata Party. But in states, in certain states, it could be just one-on-one. A TMC versus a BJP, for instance, in West Bengal. So there has to be a different formula for different states. So we have to figure that out as well. A policy document was something that Nitish Kumar said we can't agree upon today itself. It will take about 2 to 3 meetings before we arrive at a policy document. Very interestingly, Arvind Kejriwal insisted that the Congress express its position and its support against the ordinance for the Aam Aadmi Party today itself at that meeting. Now, the Congress and Arvind Kejriwal, specifically Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, got into a bit of a heated discussion over it, which lasted close to about 5 to 6, 7 minutes in that meeting, where, of course, Arvind Kejriwal insisted on commitment from the Congress. Congress said, well, we have an internal party procedure. You'll have to give us some time. We're not going to support anything which is unconstitutional, but we will have to go back to our parliamentary party, our MPs from the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, discuss with them, and we'll let you know. AAP insisted on a timeline. When will you let us know? Congress said you'll find out before the parliament session, the monsoon session of Parliament. Mamata Banerjee then had to intervene and she said, listen, you can just discuss this. You both are in Delhi. You can just discuss this when you meet up over a cup of tea, over a meal, and this can be resolved. This cannot be the point of discussion at this point of time. So that is how it was resolved immediately, but it took about 6 to 7 minutes is what we've been told. Rahul Gandhi also very interestingly stated in that meeting, while it was proposed to the Congress party that they should go first and speak first because they're the largest party in the room, Congress said we'll go last. We want to listen to everyone, and that's how Rahul Gandhi and Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge spoke last. Rahul Gandhi, of course, said that we will be flexible and all will be flexible. Now, whether that refers to a seat-sharing arrangement between all parties, of course, those brass tacks, Preeti, will be discussed in that meeting, which is to happen in July in Shimla.
All right, the next meeting not very far off from here in July in Shimla. But right now it seems to be the Kejri wall, which is standing in midst of a complete united opposition front. Will the Congress relent? That's the big question. Poulomi Saha breaking that news on India Today. Thank you for joining us with that. Like we pointed out, the key opposition meet today in Patna, attended by 16 opposition parties, has concluded, but there isn't any core consensus which has come out of that. The stalemate continues over the ordinance issue. That is why you have Arvind Kejriwal, who might have attended the entire meeting but did boycott the press conference. However, there will be another meeting in Shimla soon. What we have been given to understand, and which was said in the press conference as well, that all the leaders of the 16 political parties. However, it might not be 16 because the Aam Aadmi Party has made it very, very clear that they will only attend the Shimla second meeting of the opposition parties only if Congress supports them over the issue of ordinance in Rajya Sabha. However, the other 15 opposition parties have all confirmed that they will be attending the meeting. Now, that meeting will be in Shimla around the 12th or 13th of July, tentative, but it's right around the corner. And that would also be the next step to chalk out the map to form an anti-BJP front for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Also, that will be a meeting where the convener of the opposition unity of sorts, or this Mahagathbandhan of sorts, will be picked. But it seems that there was more discord than consensus where Arvind Kejriwal is concerned. Arvind Kejriwal sought support on ordinance and hit out at the Congress, saying the party was not acting like a team player. Mamata Banerjee too voiced her displeasure with Congress over dharnas against her government in Bengal. However, Mamata Banerjee did relent, and what we are getting an indication from our sources with the TMC is that the TMC very happy in which the way Congress handled the issue. However, they are core issues of conflict when it comes down to the Congress's moral alliance of sorts, because it faces off against the left in Kerala. However, seems to be, with the left in other states. Moreover, Congress Chief Kharge, TMC Chief Mamata, the Left Front, NCP Chief Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav are amongst the top opposition leaders who attended this meet. Now, right ahead of the meet, Rahul Gandhi did take on the BJP, saying it was trying to spread hate in the country. And in the meeting, what we can confirm, Rahul Gandhi said that the Congress is willing to concede, take a step back, especially where seat sharing is concerned, in the larger interest of what he said was for India.
काफी अच्छी मुलाकात हुई है और एक साथ चलने की सहमति हुई है और उसके बाद अगली मीटिंग कुछ ही दिनों के बाद सब पार्टियों की एक और की जाएगी ताकि उसमें आगे का जो कुछ भी होता है, जो एक साथ तो चुनाव लड़ने के बारे में आज एक सहमति हो ही गई है और सब तरह का सहमति हुआ है, लेकिन एक मीटिंग इसके बाद होगी।
3 चीज नजदीक में है जो रिजॉल्व हुआ है। नंबर 1, वी आर यूनाइटेड, हम लोग एक है। दूसरी बात है, वी विल फाइट यूनाइटेडली, ये दूसरी बात है, हम लोग एक साथ में लड़ेंगे। तीसरी बात ये हुआ है कि हमारा लड़ाई, हमको अपोजिशन मत बोलो, हम लोग भी देश का सिटीजन है, हम लोग भी पैट्रियोटिक है, हम भी देशप्रेमिक है, हम भी भारत माता कहते हैं। मणिपुर जलने से हमारा भी आग जलते हैं। बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट कानून ले आएंगे, जो काला कानून, हम लोगों ने एक साथ में मिलके वो काला कानून का खिलाफ में हम लोग लड़ाई करेंगे। हमको खून बहेगा बहने दो, लेकिन हम देश को, जनता को रक्षा करेगा, नहीं तो इंडिया नहीं रहेगा। अगर ये चुनाव में फिर वो लोग आ जाए तानाशाही गवर्नमेंट, तो नेक्स्ट देश में चुनाव ही नहीं होगा।
सभी नेता एक होकर हम आगे चुनाव लड़ने की एक कॉमन एजेंडा तैयार कर रहे हैं और हम 10 या 12 तारीख को फिर हमारे इसमें हिमाचल में, शिमला में हम वहाँ फिर मिल रहे हैं। एक होकर, एकजुट होकर 2024 की लड़ाई हमको लड़ना है और बीजेपी को सत्ता से बाहर करने का हम एक तय किए हैं।
हिंदुस्तान की नींव पर आक्रमण हो रहा है, फाउंडेशन पर, इंस्टीट्यूशंस पर, आवाज पर बीजेपी और आरएसएस आक्रमण कर रही है। थोड़ी थोड़ी डिफरेंसेस होंगी, मगर हमने ये निर्णय लिया है कि हम एक साथ काम करेंगे, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी के साथ काम करेंगे और जो हमारी विचारधारा है, जिसको हम शेयर करते हैं, उसकी हम रक्षा करेंगे।
Ladies and gentlemen, it is said that wolves hunt in packs. A political pack met in Patna. Their prey is the future of India.
All right, let's cut across right now to Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor. He's joining us live from Patna. We're also joined by Brijesh Kalappa, spokesperson Aam Aadmi Party, Syed Zafar Islam, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party, Ghanshyam Tiwari, spokesperson Samajwadi Party, Swati Malik, Congress spokesperson Mohammad Tausif Rahman, spokesperson TMC, Mahesh Tapse, spokesperson NCP. Rajdeep, coming to you first. What's the sense? Because, you know, now that the meeting is over, the press conference is over, the googly thrown in by Arvind Kejriwal attended the meeting, boycotted the press conference, but you've been able to speak to your sources. What's the sense that you've picked up now?
Well, I was just a short while ago with Lalu Prasad, who just lives across the road, not keeping too well, but insists that all was well in that meeting, despite Mr. Kejriwal's googly, as you put it, where he effectively boycotted that press conference, raising questions over the Congress's lack of support to him on the critical question of the ordinance. Mr. Lalu Prasad at least insists that the mood is positive, believes that there is a conversation that has begun between the opposition parties, and that conversation, he believes, will eventually lead to a wider alliance. He's convinced about it. The problem, of course, is that there are enormous contradictions that still exist. What you saw between Kejriwal and the Congress is just one example of it. It's not so much the ordinance. I think eventually the Congress, according to sources, will support the Aam Aadmi Party on the floor of the Rajya Sabha. But it is the fact that who will accommodate whom? Who will be the premier leader in Delhi? For example, who will be the premier leader in Bengal? Will the Congress and the left both acknowledge Mamta's dominance in Bengal? These are ticklish issues that will need to be resolved. Plus, how will you bring in more allies in key states, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Odisha? So I think what you are seeing at the moment is the start of an attempt to create a wider alliance with no clarity on what the end game is, beyond the fact that these parties have realized that for their very survival now, they need to come together. This is not just about ideology. This is about short-term survival for many of these parties who recognize that they can't afford to suffer another big Lok Sabha defeat a year from now, because that could be an existential crisis for some of these parties, particularly the Congress, which I keep reiterating is the elephant in the room. How much is the Congress willing to concede to these other parties is critical to whether this alliance can actually last and actually endure next year.
Rajdeep, one quick question. You said how much is the Congress willing to concede? But clearly, other than, what's going on with the ordinance and the Aam Aadmi Party, the Congress seems to have conceded. You have the TMC, which seems to be happy because sources within the TMC tell us it was a very good meeting, very happy with the way Rahul Gandhi handled it. On the other hand, if the likes of Mamta Banerjee, Samajwadi Party are willing to come to a Congress-run state in the next 10 days for round 2, well, that's a good thing for the Congress.
It is. I mean, the fact that the Congress is willing to host the next round as a retreat in Shimla, which is, of course, Congress-ruled Himachal, is a positive sign for those who are wondering whether the Congress would be the first to withdraw from any such wider alliance. It clearly shows that the Congress at least seems willing to invest in any attempt made to build this wider alliance. But the real question will come, the nitty-gritty of resolving local level contradictions with national ambitions. All these leaders have their own local concerns, and at times they come in conflict with each other. So resolving them won't be easy. This is not a one-day match. This is going to be a marathon from what we gather. Shimla could be in July. You could have Chennai in August. Then you could have Kolkata in September. You could have an entire calendar leading up to the winter elections. And I think those winter elections and how the Congress does in those critical states of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh will decide just how this alliance plays out. Will it be an alliance with the Congress very much at the center of it, the magnet to this alliance, which the Congress would like, particularly post Karnataka? The Congress believes it has the momentum, or will it be much more an alliance of equals where the regional parties will also have their say? I think all of this will be decided over the next 5 to 6 months, but clearly the opposition is willing to set aside some of the differences, particularly over leadership issues for now, at least to carry on the conversation. So the conversation, one can say, the dialogue has begun between these parties.
Appreciate you joining us, Rajdeep. Hopefully we'll get that Lalu Yadav interview very soon there. Thank you for joining us. Let's cut across right now to our other guests. Our political panelist, Brijesh Kadappa, spokesperson Aam Aadmi Party, who decided to boycott the press conference, Brijesh Kadappa, but sat through the entire meeting there. You know, should Arvind Kejriwal, like there are leaders who were a part of that meeting as well, who've come out and said he should have lasted it all. It was a photo opportunity given the Congress instead of issuing an ultimatum that the Congress decide in this meeting itself whether they'll come and support you on ordinance or not.
See, as far as the ordinance is concerned, it's an extremely important issue as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, because this is not an ordinary issue. It's an issue which has been dealt with by a 5-judge bench, the Constitutional Bench of the Supreme Court, which order has been nullified by an action of the central government. So I think as far as the fact that the judiciary has fully backed what the Aam Aadmi Party has been doing in Delhi, and the fact that the central government, by surreptitiously bringing out this ordinance, has tried to nullify the effect of a Supreme Court judgment, I think it can't be overemphasized as to how important it is, not just for the politics of the Aam Aadmi Party, So I think one of the very important points as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. But the very fact that Mr. Kejriwal has attended, has stayed through the meeting, right, has made his point of view. I think this is one of the very few occasions where he has actually participated in one of the opposition meetings. And I may only remind you, Preeti, that getting opposition unity is always an affair which requires a few tries. 96.
But, Mr. Kadappa, as I bring in our other guests, those tries are happening where the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned with an ultimatum. Support us on the ordinance or else. And that's what your press release clearly states. If you look at your press release after that, the minute Arvind Kejriwal walked out, refusing to attend the press conference, it clearly states where you've even called the Congress in bed with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, this is also a party where the Congress says that 5 days ago, you're in Rajasthan, where you call the Chief Minister of Rajasthan corrupt, where you completely deride the Congress in Rajasthan, and then you come out and you're seeking the Congress's support on the ordinance. How are they supposed to, what are they supposed to make of it?
See, I think as far as concerned, it can't be perfect harmony between political parties, because I think there will always be some niggling issues. Are you saying that as far as Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav, who's an old-time associate of the Congress Party for many years, are there no differences? Are there no differences between Mulayam Singh Yadav's Samajwadi Party and the Congress Party? Of course, there are differences. But despite these differences in the larger interest of the nation, I think Mr. Kejriwal has put his best step forward. He has participated in this meeting, and I don't think he has ever said that he's not going to participate in the next meeting at Shimla.
He has. Mr. Kadappa, he has. I'll correct you. Your leader has said that he will not participate in the meeting in Shimla until and unless the Congress says very clearly that all of your MPs in Rajya Sabha will back the Aam Aadmi Party on the issue of ordinance. So he has. I want to bring in the Congress spokesperson Swati Malik into the conversation. Swati Malik at this meeting, and we have it on record, over 12 political parties, leaders of 12 political parties, which includes the likes of Mamata Banerjee, Akhilesh Yadav, Sharad Pawar.
I'm sorry, I haven't seen it. I'm here to comment on side.
Okay, sir. It's there. But Swati Malik, with all of these, like I said, 12 political parties urged the Congress to consider. Even an Omar Abdullah, who said that the Aam Aadmi Party did not stand by the parties in the valley, when it comes down to Section 370 and the repealing of it, even yet, Aam Aadmi Party sided with the BJP, yet in the larger interest of the country, opposition parties should support the ordinance, support the Aam Aadmi Party on the ordinance issue.
Preeti, thank you for having this debate, because today's meeting is extremely important. 12 parties coming together, and of course the issue of ordinance I will just come to, but 12 parties coming together to find a common cause to fight for the larger picture, right? So like I was just listening, and Rajdeep said, right, it's going to be a marathon. It's not a one-day thing. So of course, this is the first meeting. Everybody is going to, try and sort out their little issues. If Mr. Kejriwal has made this such a big issue that he will not show up for the next meeting unless this is declared by the Congress. Please let me remind you, Congress has not refused. There is no refusal. And if I'll just remind you of another thing, that when the ordinance was issued on 20th of May, Dr. Singhvi was one of the first ones to criticize it, right? So it's not like Congress has not has denied or has refused to support it. But yes, we will let's let the senior leadership deal with this. This is only the first meeting, and we will see how it goes. But I'm sure before July, the next meeting, I'm sure something will be worked out between the parties. It's only the beginning. It's the beginning of a very long race. We have to sort out our issues and fight together in 2024.
All right, okay. I want to just, before I cut into a break, I want to bring in the BJP spokesperson into this conversation. Syed Zafar Islam, you've had multiple press conferences, through the course of the last couple of days where this opposition unity is concerned. You had Smriti Irani just about an hour ago call the opposition meeting and the leaders as a pack of wolves. But, there's also a contradiction to that, Syed Zafar Islam. Wolves are technically the ultimate team players. So if they actually do come together cohesively, it could be worrisome where the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned.
Not at all. Is this the first this kind of meeting taking place? We had several such meetings. I mean, we have seen several such meetings in the past also. In 2019, in Brigade Ground, Calcutta, we had seen such a massive meeting and every opposition parties were together. Are they together today? No, there are many faces missing today. And even now, AAP has walked out. The many has not attended, and many will in the second meeting will not attend, because these were merely formalities. Formality, no unity. They are actually just performing formality because they have to be in contention for X, Y, Z aspiration what they have. Somebody wants to become Prime Minister, somebody wants to become Home Minister. Everybody has some aspiration, and they are actually trying to negotiate with each other. Ultimately, you know that there is one position: who will be the Prime Minister? Who will fight against the Honorable Prime Minister? There is none. There is no consensus, and that is something which will actually drag down everyone, and it will fall apart, because the only objective they have is how to come back to the power, and every political party's senior leader or the leader of that political party is actually aspiring to become the Chief Minister. I mean, I can ask Swati Malik, or for that matter, my friend Brajesh Kalappaji, who for the first time I am having him on the show after he joined AAP, whether Kejriwal will accept Rahul Gandhi as the Prime Minister, or whether vice versa, whether Swati Malik can confirm that Rahul Gandhi will accept him as his Prime Minister, or for that matter, anyone else like Nitish Kumar will be accepted by
Mr. Zafar Islam, who will be Prime Minister? Who will be Prime Minister, I would reckon, is the last 100 meter of what we are looking at, a long run marathon, and which will go on over a couple of months. They're the second round only. They haven't even decided who will be the convener of the Mahagathbandhan. Leave alone who will be the prime ministerial candidate. Right,
I think
go ahead, sir.
That is the mute point, Preeti, because that is the point I'm trying to make.
Fair point. So we're going to come back. I'm going to go into a quick break. We're going to come back into this conversation, and we're going to bring in the TMC, the Samajwadi Party, and the NCP spokesperson. Stay with us.
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst.
meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
These lethal long-endurance, medium-altitude drones may soon be the new weapons in the arsenal of the Indian Armed Forces. The Defence Acquisition Council gave its nod for the acquisition of the Sea Guardian drones. The Army, the Navy and the Air Force are looking at 10 drones each. The Indian Navy has already leased two MQ-9 Sea Guardians, the naval version of the drones, for intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance operations since 2020.
ये जो डील है ये हमारे देश की मैरीटाइम और ओवरऑल सिक्योरिटी के लिए बहुत ही ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि सर्वेलेंस सबसे ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण स्थान रखता है, क्योंकि हमें चाहिए कि हम अपनी एरिया में जहाँ एरिया ऑफ ऑपरेशंस है वहाँ निगरानी रख सकें, और ये क्षमता इस कैपेबिलिटी से हमें मिलती है.
The MQ-9A Reaper drones were used for the precision targeting of Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri in Kabul. These unmanned combat aerial vehicles, apart from a number of sensors, cameras and radars, are also capable of carrying 4 Hellfire missiles for precision targeting of high-value targets. Both the Army and the Air Force are looking at these drones for high-risk operations to destroy strategic assets of the adversary without risking the lives of pilots. These hunter-killer drones can carry 4 Hellfire missiles. They're also capable of carrying 2 laser-guided bombs and 2 joint-action JDAMs. These drones can fly at an altitude of 40,000 feet and remain airborne for over 36 hours. They're also capable of loitering in the sky, scanning the ground below for the enemy. The MQ-9B Sea Guardian drones come with both maritime surveillance, reconnaissance and anti-submarine warfare capabilities. The drones are capable of providing over-the-horizon surveillance and reconnaissance support both to warships and surface units. With increased Chinese presence in the Indian Ocean region, coupled with Chinese aggression along the LAC, these UCAVs will help keep an eye on the adversary both in the Himalayas and in the Indian Ocean region, and take out strategic targets when needed. Bureau Report, India Today.
Give us a picture of really how bleak the situation is looking currently.
Basically, what is happening right now, as we all aware, that the monsoon this year is delayed.
Yeah.
And apart from this monsoon, this cyclone which has just formed over the Arabian Sea, this Biparjoy, and some cyclonic circulations which has formed over the eastern part of our country. Because of this, the progress of monsoon has already been delayed, and it is now stalled over the south. And as we can see, as per the report from the IMD only, the Meteorological Department, This monsoon has covered the entire Kerala and most of the parts of Karnataka. But still, these two states are in deficit to large deficit category, as you just now said. And we expect that the observations we have and the data which we used to analyze, based on that, our experience says that rest of the countries may receive some amount of rainfall towards the end of this month to early July. And that will be the point when farmers will start cultivation of all the crops. But looking at the prices of the entire crops for last year and recently which is going on, we have seen that the pulses prices have done a very, I would say it is very much lucrative for farmers. The prices for tur, you must be aware that it has increased by more than 20%. Similarly for urad, that black gram, its prices have also gone up. Moong prices have also gone up significantly. And apart from this, the center has recently announced the higher MSP for all the Kharif pulses and for other crops definitely. But the rate of increase in MSP for pulses is much better than the other crops. If we compare with the paddy, maize and other oilseeds, in oilseeds they have definitely increased the MSP significantly for sesame by 800 or more than 800 rupees. But again, it is grown in very small pockets of India, in central and central India mostly, the Bundelkhand region. So definitely there would be some increase in sesame area this year, but farmers will be more inclined for this pulses crop for two reasons. Number one, as I said, that prices are very lucrative, and secondly, the MSP the center has increased. It is very good and attractive for the farmers. And secondly, the pulses are less water intensive crop. And all these three pulses are performing very well this season price wise. So we are expecting that definitely the acreage for pulses will go up, but there will be a delay. Or as you have already mentioned that there is a 10-12 days delay in sowing, and that is why almost entire crop, acreage of entire crop is going down.
By. The world comes together at Sharda University. Tata Altroz. OMG, it's the Altroz iCNG. Bajaj Allianz Life Diabetic Term Plan.
Welcome back. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. So the big opposition meet took place in Patna today. Everything seemed to be going peacefully without a hitch, but right in the end you had Arvind Kejriwal's chair which never was occupied when the press conference happened. Arvind Kejriwal attended the meeting but boycotted the press conference. Why? Because this is what the Aam Aadmi Party says. Aam Aadmi Party has now taken on the Congress on the issue of no support where the ordinance is concerned. Arvind Kejriwal had given an ultimatum to the Congress in this meeting, saying that it would be in this meeting that the Congress decides whether or not they will support the Aam Aadmi Party on the issue of ordinance in Rajya Sabha. The Congress refusing to help Aam Aadmi Party on ordinance is one of the reasons why Arvind Kejriwal boycotted the press conference. The Congress's silence is suspicious, is what the Aam Aadmi Party says. The Congress to abstain in Rajya Sabha and help BJP. The Aam Aadmi Party suspects the Congress will abstain and stage a walkout in Rajya Sabha. Will skip any alliance which has Congress till, of course, it comes with a rider, till the Congress decides whether or not it will support the Aam Aadmi Party when it comes down to the ordinance in Rajya Sabha. I want to cut across right now, back to our spokesperson, our political panel. Joining me again, Mohammad Tausif Rahman, spokesperson TMC. It's interesting, Mr. Rahman, because when you heard Mamata Banerjee speak in that press conference, she seemed very positive. And Mamata Banerjee has been one of the leaders, TMC has been one of the parties very critical of the Congress of late. You're going into a panchayat poll where you're facing off with the left and the Congress. There's no love lost between Mr. Yechuria and Ms. Banerjee. Today they were less than 10 feet away. And understandably also that if Mamata Banerjee has now agreed to go to a Congress-run state in Shimla for round 2 of the meeting where the opposition is concerned, it seems the TMC is quite happy with the way things went.
Well, of course, Preeti, if you have seen her statement, whatever she has said, it was very comfortable, and it's not about today. From last 2-3 months, she is very active and she is supporting all kind of opposition, whether they want to come in our state and they want to work with us and fight against the BJP. She is handling it very well, and since day one she is asking that we should come under one roof and fight against BJP. But while I was hearing Smriti Irani ji and Sushil Modi ji, they were both in confidence, which was totally fake. And they started talking about the past with Mamata Banerjee, how it happened with the left, what happened with the Congress, howsoever once the opposition treated her. But this will not help actually. More than any tie-up, Preeti ji, the main unity will be with the people from Kanyakumari to Kashmir. No matter who's ruling our country, the people of our country is under emergency situation. And, if the people wants Modi and if they are happy with Modi, why the BJP government is losing all the state? And this trip to US, which is not less than a vacation, if you don't mind, will it bring the cost of gas, electricity, food, bus fare, train fare, flight fare, medical, education fares down? India needs a stable economy, and we need to stop misuse of central agencies. Rupee versus dollar, demonetization, unemployment, economic blunders, betrayal of farmers, purchasing of media, budgetary frauds.
Mr. Rahman, many Indians will suggest why can't both?
All this, we need to come under one umbrella.
Many Indians will say why can't both happen at the same time? There are a lot of proud Indians in the way which the Prime Minister of the country was welcomed in the United States. Especially it comes at the back of how well our economy is doing, and there are figures to suggest the same, sir. So, in that context, is different from what we are discussing right now. But having said that, I want to bring in the Samajwadi Party spokesperson and cut across to the Bharatiya Janata Party and the NCP spokesperson as well. But Ghanshyam Tiwari, the Samajwadi Party, Akhilesh Yadav was not happy with the Congress of late. You always, be it in Parliament or outside, distanced yourself from the Congress. Was there a thaw in this particular meeting? Because if Akhilesh Yadav is going to Shimla, which is a Congress-run stage, what is it that he's extracted out of this meeting for the Samajwadi Party, which is amiable where the Congress is concerned?
Good evening, Preeti, to you, the viewers and the fellow co-panelists. When we look at the preamble of the Constitution, the points to highlight: we the people, sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, justice for citizens, liberty for citizens, equality for citizens, fraternity for citizens. These are the essential elements of our constitution that are threatened by this government, for which Prime Minister Modi has been questioned not just in India, but now by President Obama or in the United States in that press conference. It is a shame that Indian Prime Minister has to go to United States to do a press conference. So that on this day, 15 parties came together, and I want to also congratulate Nitish Kumar ji, Chief Minister of Bihar, for convening this momentous occasion where India is setting its foot confidently towards an agenda for 2024 which is built on harmony, which is built on a spirit of democracy. When opposition comes together, it must be an acceptable alliance for the people. An acceptable alliance does not come together when the Prime Minister goes and says, while the parliament is shut in India, goes and says that we have
what's an acceptable alliance for the Samajwadi Party, where Uttar Pradesh comes into question? 80 seats in Lok Sabha.
Absolutely. When we set the agenda from the future of the country, from the employment for youth, for harmony for everybody, this is something that is essential for every state, from the federal structure, from the spirit of constitution, from the fact that we have a Prime Minister who would rather go to United States and speak about how there are 2,500 parties in India, but their spokespersons, even an erudite spokesperson like Zafar Islam, cannot name 10 political alliance. They speak about Akela. Who is Akela? Typically, a dictator is Akela. Typically, a tyrant is Akela. Typically, an autocrat is Akela. In India, Prime Minister is not
Ghanshyam Tiwari, this is all well and good. No, Ghanshyam Tiwari, this is all well and good to say, but the sheer fact, and I'll bring in the NCP spokesperson here. I'll come to you. Mr. Islam, just let me bring in the NCP spokesperson. All good to say, Ek Akela, you can call him dictator, call him what you may. But What is your entire Mahagathbandhan about? One party, one seat. You're going to all of you are going to get together, and hoping that it happens, one candidate, a consensus candidate, to face off against the BJP. So you are actually coming together, all of you, to face off against the Prime Minister. He is a formidable political force, whether you like it or not. Mahesh Tabse, isn't that exactly the formula that Sharad Pawar has suggested, at least on 400 seats, to go 1 versus 1?
Yeah, hi and good evening to all of you. I think Mr. Pawar, being a very senior leader and understanding politics to the grassroots level, he's pitching 67% versus the 63% versus the 37% of the vote share which the BJP got in the 2019 elections. And I think it's a very welcome suggestion if all of us can actually unite in heart and spirit and propose only one candidate and backed by the entire opposition, 15, 16, 17, 18 parties coming together. I think this is how we are going to defeat the Modi government. Let me tell you that BJP has actually fragmented the votes and they have won. They don't have a straight fight. They have got various political parties coming in and eating into the secular votes of the UPA, and then that's how they have come into power. So this time we have understood from the last two elections, which is 14 and 19, that we have to stick together and as a flock of people who save the constitution, who want to save the democratic principles in the country, who want to uphold the secularism in the country, and who want to see that India stays on the path of as a welfare state and not as a police state. So this is why we are all together, and I think today's meeting has gone up absolutely well. As far as the Aam Aadmi and the Congress issue is concerned, I think when Mr. Kejriwal came to Mumbai, Pawar Sahib did say that we are going to support you all throughout, and he is also going to use his office and his influence to support.
No, well, that did happen. That did happen today. Sharad Pawar intervened. One can say interlocutors were Sharad Pawar, Nitish, Kumar. You had a Lalu also who stepped in, trying to convince Mamta Banerjee, Arvind Kejriwal, the Congress to support Arvind Kejriwal on the issue of ordinance. But Syed Zafar Islam, I want to bring you in. You know, whatever Sharad Pawar has suggested and what the main premise of the Mahagathbandhan is, if it's going to be 1 versus 1, forget, okay, if the consensus doesn't reach 400 seats, which, you know, is a far off dream, even if it is on 275 seats, 250 to 300 seats, the BJP will be in trouble, Syed Zafar Islam.
Not at all. Actually, all this plan eventually will backfire on them, because as I said earlier, these political parties have aspiration of their own, and they want to survive. It's a call they are taking for their own survival. And you know what? I just heard the Samajwadi spokesperson, and he was talking something about the Honorable Prime Minister, that he is Akela. I must tell you that in today's meeting, what all the political parties were discussing. In fact, I can tell you with a small couplet from a Hindi song. If you remember that there's a song called Sara Zamana Modi Ka Diwana, Ab Kya Kare Hum, Mushkil Hai Janta Ko Manana. That is what they were discussing today in today's meeting. And that is like the people of India,
that's quite sporting of you to sing it out for
Prime
us.
Minister.
Well, because you've sung it out. You've sung it out to the
people of India are with Honorable Prime Minister.
Okay. You've sung it out to the Samajwadi Party spokesperson who wants to respond.
This is what they were discussing today.
Okay. Who wants to respond? Ghanshyam Tiwari, that's a fact. That's what you're doing. One versus one. And that other one is Modi, and one is all of you together. Go ahead.
Well, very quickly, I think the fight is very simple. We all grew up, everyone on this panel grew up singing proudly, Sare jahan se acha Hindustan hamara, hum bulbule hain iski, ye gulstan hamara, mazhab nahi sikhata, aapas mein bair rakhna. This is what we grew up singing in Kendriya Vidyalaya prayers in different places. And this is what is threatened by Bharatiya Janata Party. That they want the people to sing Sara Zamana Modi Ka Diwana. No, this is a country where the Sara Zamana jo hai desh ka, उसे रोजगार चाहिए, उसे महंगाई से लड़ना है, उसे आपस में नहीं लड़ना है. And that is the reason it is heartening to see that not only that this occasion sets in motion mission for 2024, that in 3 weeks there will be an agenda on the table. The same parties will meet, and I think to look at the Congress versus Aam Aadmi Party, this entire momentous occasion from that prism is like looking at the sun on the day of solar eclipse. That is just one sideshow. The reality is
the sideshow. Aside Zafar Islam, come back for 10 seconds and I need to go in. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, only 10 seconds. See, all this suggests that the Honorable Prime Minister command respect, have a lot of admiration from the people of this great country. And people, what Mr. Pawar was talking about, one-on-one, means the people of India is with the Honorable Prime Minister. And
sir, we don't know that. We don't know that. Let that last vote be counted. Brijesh Kadapa, you want to come in 10 seconds, sir? Please go ahead. Brijesh Kadapa, go ahead. 10 seconds, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, Preeti, what I'd like to say is to my dear friend Mr. Islam, that as far as the BJP is concerned, they must realize that they only have 37% of the vote. And those political parties which met at Patna today constitute over 50% of the vote as far as the country is concerned. Therefore,
sir, we calculated. That's wrong. Those 16 political parties which came in today constitute 37% of the vote. We'll play it, for our viewers. The ones who attended today is what I'm counting, sir. 37%.
No, but what I'm saying is that as far as this, even if it is 37% of the vote, is that a small coalition? Is that a small kind of grouping? One.
Sir, you are not part of the grouping. The grouping you are defending, you are not a part of till now.
1 minute, please. I was only trying to point out that we may not have got it right in 2019. It doesn't mean we won't get it right in 2024.
Okay.
Because
I need to wrap up.
We got it right in 2004 after trying in 98 and 99.
Sir, the fact is, Mr. Kadapa, the party you are representing today is not part of this coalition yet. They are saying we don't want to stand on the same stage as the Congress till the time
I don't agree with that at all.
Where the ordinance is concerned.
The very fact that Mr. Kejriwal showed up is, goes to say a lot.
I appreciate all of you for joining us. That's all the time that I have for now. We're going to keep a keen eye on all developments. This was round 1, which was Patna. Round 2, viewers, will be in Shimla. But we do leave you with something which will make you smile on a lighter note. And Lalu Yadav is known for that, chiding Rahul Gandhi. Thank you for joining us.
Day 1 of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Washington DC was all about Desh Bhakti, delectable delicacies with the Bidens and Desi diaspora dhamaka. Modi arrived at the Joint Base Andrews in Washington DC, where he was given a ceremonial guard of honor in heavy rains. The Prime Minister, who was wearing a raincoat, stood throughout in rapt attention for the national anthems of the two countries, unmindful of the torrential rains. From the airport, Modi travelled to the hotel where large and boisterous Indian diaspora members were waiting for him. The Indian American community staged cultural programs including Garba and folk dance outside the hotel in Washington DC, where Modi is staying. In his first public interaction in the US Capitol, Modi and US First Lady Jill Biden then visited the National Science Federation and interacted with students.
हमारी वर्तमान और आने वाली पीढ़ियों को एक बेहतर भविष्य सुनिश्चित करने के लिए ये हम सभी का दायित्व है। इस उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए आवश्यक है एजुकेशन, स्किल, इनोवेशन, और भारत में हमने इस दिशा में कई प्रयास किए हैं।
If we want our economies to be strong, we need to invest in young people who are our future. We need to ensure that they have the opportunities that they deserve. Education is the cornerstone of the bond between India and the United States.
Seeing the interaction between the Prime Minister and First Lady today, there was a tremendous energy in the room, and it really made me aware of the depth of the intellectual and scientific collaboration between India and the United States.
To hear their thoughts about the various opportunities available and their passion for education. And I'm really looking forward to how I can combine all this inspiration to achieve something worthwhile.
President Biden and First Lady Jill then hosted Modi for an intimate dinner at the White House. Jill Biden was seen personally supervising the dinner table and the delectable vegetarian spread laid out for the Prime Minister. Modi and the Bidens were seen sharing hugs, handshakes, and warmth.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 42 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 35 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Who've been following us in the Tech Today multiverse, you know that we are absolutely obsessed with all sorts of devices, big boy toys, what's happening in the world of artificial intelligence, regulation of AI and other emerging tech, the metaverse, what's happening on the enterprise side, cloud security, all of that fascinates us on Tech Today, and I'm guessing that's why you tune into our content. And sometimes we like to cover all sorts of different devices. Sorry, I think it's getting a little smoky in the Tech Today studio. Well, I have a friend with me in the studio today, the Xiaomi Smart Air Purifier 4. Now, honestly speaking, the studio is quite sorted. We've brought you all sorts of gimmicks before, but this one I've been using for the past few weeks, and honestly, it has been a game changer. Now here in the Tech Today studio, you have double digits AQI on the Xiaomi Smart Air Purifier 4. But I've been using this, like I said, for the past few days, and honestly, I am visibly impressed. Firstly, the fact that this device makes absolutely no sound. If you put it in automatic mode or sleep mode, you don't even know it's on. And it's on right now, and I'm guessing the microphone isn't catching the sound. If you put it in level 1, it's all right. What it is doing through its filtration system is that it's taking all the air, the surrounding air, 360 degrees, taking it in through a 3-stage filtration system and then putting out clean air into the room. Well, Xiaomi claims that this particular device can purify a room nearly 20 meters square in size in under 10 minutes. It does manage to bring down AQI levels to single digits. Now, that's a true value. It is absolutely fascinating that a device for 15,000 rupees can do this. And I'll tell you how they're making this possible. When you look at this particular device, yes, it's got this polka dotted design, but that's not just to make it look kind of cool. This small box-like structure takes in all the surrounding lit matter, sucks it in from here. There's a high-quality activated carbon right here. Then there's Xiaomi's high-efficiency filter inside, and then a primary filter. So if you're talking about pet hair, pollen, dust, smoke, dander, cotton fiber, well, this particular device claims that it can filter all of that. Now, it's also got a feature called negative air ionization. In simple parlance, what that essentially means when you turn it on, and it's as good in terms of purifying the air even if you've turned it off, but a lot of air purifiers do offer this feature, and now the Xiaomi one does as well. Well, what this feature essentially does is that these ions will latch on to, say, some pollutants maybe behind your furniture, some dust particles or smoke which isn't visible to the naked eye, and then while latching onto them will then bring them down to a lower height. Now, the fact that it has this high quality carbon on the inside also means that it removes all the unnecessary odors from the air, especially the stuff that lingers around when you're cooking perhaps. You know, if you have an open kitchen, then this can be very helpful. And honestly,
presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply Club Prime, Raho Befikar. Co-presented by Macho Hind, Bade Aaram Se. Powered by NECC, Sunday Hoya Monday, Roz Khao Ande.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching a special edition of the News Track. We are broadcasting this morning from Washington, D.C. This is day 3 of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the United States. Yesterday, the focus was on President Biden and the meetings at the White House. Today, it's Business and Diaspora Day, and that's my top focus on the News Track.
A visit transforming India-US ties. A visit forging a partnership for future. The world's oldest and largest democracies.
Great democracies, India and the United States.
Prime Minister Modi and Biden toast to two great powers.
Two great friends, two great nations, and two great powers. Cheers.
Namaste America, live from Washington, D.C.
One of the questions that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been asked in the build-up to the state visit to Washington was questions around human rights in India, democratic backsliding. This question was posed by Sabrina Siddiqui of the Wall Street Journal in the Prime Minister's press conference with the American President. The Prime Minister taking that question head-on, not just in the press conference, also later at the US Congress, reaffirming once again his commitment to constitutional values, his commitment to human rights, his commitment to democracy, and saying that every single time, every action of his is measured and compared and tries to live up to everything that's written in the Indian Constitution. So there was no ducking and weaving in private conversations from what we're told when this issue came up, and in public. The Prime Minister reaffirming once again, very emphatically, India's commitment to human rights and to democratic values.
As you stand here in the east room of the White House, where so many world leaders have made commitments to protecting democracy, what steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग कहते हैं नहीं, भारत डेमोक्रेसी है।
Asked on India's democratic credentials and rights of Muslims, the Prime Minister made an emphatic answer at the joint briefing with President Joe Biden. Prime Minister Modi was answering to Wall Street journalist Sabrina Siddiqui. The Prime Minister's body language said it all. He removed his earpiece to make his point with full authority.
What steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग कहते हैं नहीं, भारत डेमोक्रेसी है। और इसलिए जब आप डेमोक्रेसी कहते हैं, जब डेमोक्रेसी को स्वीकार करते हैं और जब हम डेमोक्रेसी को लेकर के जीते हैं, तब डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता है। और इसलिए भारत सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, उन मूलभूत सिद्धांतों को लेकर के, और इसलिए हम चलते हैं।
Prime Minister Modi made it clear that his government will not let go of India's democratic credentials at any cost. In a massive pushback to silence critics who have trained guns on India over the issue of minority rights, President Biden also rubbished claims by former US President Barack Obama on India's track record in safeguarding Muslims. Publicly defending India and the Modi government, Biden repeated Modi's claim that democracy is in India's DNA.
And it is in America's DNA, and I believe in India's DNA, that the whole world has a stake in our success, both of us, in maintaining our democracies, makes us appealing partners, and enables us to expand democratic institutions around the world. And I believe this, and I still believe this.
Modi, while speaking at the US Congress, made it a point to underscore his government's Sabka Saath policy to uphold minority rights.
Our vision is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas. It means together for everyone's growth, with everyone's trust and everyone's efforts.
Sought to silence its
This was Modi's biggest counter ever to a powerful voice which has been critical of his government.
जैसा राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने कहा, भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के डीएनए में लोकतंत्र है। लोकतंत्र हमारा स्पिरिट है, लोकतंत्र हमारी रगों में है।
Will Modi's forceful assertions silence his detractors? With Rahul Kanwal and Geeta Mohan in Washington, D.C., Bureau Report, India Today.
The most glitzy, glamorous event of the Prime Minister's state visit was the state dinner at the White House. We were at that state dinner. You had the likes of Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella, Mukesh Ambani, Anand Mahindra, and several of the biggest names from India and the United States in that tent at the White House. It was raining outside, but a very high-powered gathering inside. Both the heads of state raising toasts. Interestingly, neither of them drink any wine, so both were raising their toast with some water in their glasses, but raising a toast to Indo-American friendship, an evening full of great conversations, an evening full of warmth, laughter, and some entertainment as well.
It was all pomp and grand at the White House in honor of the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The USA reserves this special treatment for its closest allies. The titans of business, fashion, entertainment and more, with the likes of designer Ralph Lauren, filmmaker M. Night Shyamalan, rubbing shoulders with tech leaders from Apple, Google and Microsoft in a state dinner hosted by the first couple of USA, where the who's who of American politics stood in attendance while India was celebrated and honored.
Welcome to Prime Minister Modi's Washington home. I've been doing it. Please have a seat. I've been doing this a long time, but I don't ever remember anybody getting a warmer welcome than this man right here.
Good evening, everyone. 20 years ago, as chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I made clear that the United States and India grew to be the closest friends and partners in the world would be a safer place. I believe that even more today, now that I'm president.
कल शाम आपने अपने घर के दरवाजे मेरे लिए खोले। स्पेशल जेस्चर के लिए आपकी मित्रता और गर्मजोशी भरे आदर सत्कार के लिए भी मैं आपका हृदय से बहुत-बहुत आभारी हूं।
But before this grand dinner, Prime Minister Narendra Modi held high-level talks with US President Joe Biden at the Oval Office on not-so-comfortable issues like differences over human rights and India's stance on Russia's war in Ukraine. At the dinner party, bilateral ties and friendship were toasted too, with no alcohol.
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for your partnership and your friendship. And to all, please join me in a toast. Mr. Prime Minister, I had an Irish grandfather named Ambrose Finnegan, and he used to say that when you give a toast and you don't have any alcohol in your glass, you must do it with your left hand. You think I'm kidding? I'm not.
Prime Minister Modi quipped with his own rejoinder.
मैंने देखा है कि आपकी मेहमान नवाजी से प्रभावित होकर कई बार आपके मेहमान गाना भी गाने लगते हैं। काश मुझ में भी गाने की कला होती तो मैं भी आपको कुछ सुनाता।
Not particularly known for his humor, but the Indian Prime Minister's comment hit home. He was referring to South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol, who surprised guests when he got up on stage during a White House state dinner, honoring him in April, and belted out a rendition of American Pie, one of his favorite songs, to raucous applause.
Something touched me deep inside the day. Wow. The music died.
On Thursday, the honorable state guest on his second state dinner at the White House praised India and USA's deepening bond as the Bidens held an extravaganza, a historic state dinner.
And may we always remember that it's our people that give our partnership strength. From all the backgrounds and beliefs, they inspire us, challenge us, tell us the truth, and push us forward. They're the reason our democracies endure, evolve, reflect, and renew generation after generation.
जैसे जैसे समय गुजर रहा है, हमारे लोगों में और एक दूसरे के प्रति समझ और बढ़ रही है, एक दूसरे के नामों का सही उच्चारण कर पाते हैं, एक दूसरे के एक्सेंट को समझ पाते हैं। भारत में बच्चे हैलोवीन पर स्पाइडरमैन बनते हैं और अमेरिका के युवा नाटू नाटू पर डांस करते हैं।
The 400 distinguished guests dined on a plant-based menu of millet and corn salad, portobello mushrooms, and strawberry shortcake, catering to the Indian Prime Minister's vegetarian tastes.
Toast to our partnership, to our people, to the possibilities that lie ahead, to two great friends, two great nations, and two great powers. Cheers.
A toast to our wonderful hosts, President Biden and Dr. Jill Biden. A toast to good health, prosperity, and the pursuit of happiness, to liberty, equality, and fraternity, and to the everlasting bonds of friendship between India and the United States. Cheers.
Cheers.
Indian national flower, the lotus, was visible throughout the pavilion, along with saffron-hued floral arrangements that differed from table to table at the south lawn of the White House, as the most powerful head of state of the world admired and showed respect to the growing, most powerful head of state from Asia. It was an evening of dazzling brilliance of India on Uncle Sam's soil.
We're joined at the World War I Memorial by some very sharp think tankers, academic voices, people who study India-America relations very, very closely. So welcome to all my guests. I just want to start by introducing them. I'll start from the left. So Michael Kugelman joins us. He is the director of South Asia Institute at the Wilson Center. We've had you on many of our shows, so it's great to see you in person, Michael. Welcome. Flanking him is Daniel Marquis, Senior Advisor, South Asia at the U.S. Institute of Peace and Senior Fellow at the SACE Foreign Policy Institute. Welcome. Thank you. On my right is a man who is very actively involved with what's happening in India in many of the states. Richard Russo joins us, Senior Advisor, holds the chair in US-India Policy Studies at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Thank you very much, sir. Welcome. Tanvi Madan back with us. Tanvi, thank you so much for taking out time and joining us early in the morning. Senior Fellow at the Brookings Institute. She's tracked India, America, China very closely. And for a political perspective, we have Professor Irfan Nuruddin, Professor of Indian Politics at Georgetown University. Thank you all so much. It's a bit windy and wet, but I guess this is DC and you're all used to this weather. So
a little cooler than we usually have this time of year.
But it's fantastic to have you with us. Richard Russo, I want to start by asking you about the historical significance of what we're seeing, because a lot of people wondering, is this just hype? Is the media and the government just trying to blow this out of proportion because they've got an election coming up? Or are we truly seeing something which is historic, which will be spoken of many years from now?
Well, you see an acceleration. India, of course, faces tremendous challenges from China across a range of domains. The United States looks at those challenges as well, and we find that as an area for cooperation. But also, India just surpassed China as the most populous nation, relatively high per capita economic growth rate right now. So companies looking at it excitedly as well. So things that were almost impossible a few years ago on technology transfer, defense cooperation are happening a lot faster. And these summits help make sure that they move. It really sharpens the mind and gets people active behind the scenes.
Tanvi Madan, we saw at the White House and through this visit, the Biden administration seems to have really rolled out the red carpet. The Economist described it as the world's biggest transaction. Is this really seen as a transactional relationship, or are you seeing something transformative in terms of the relationship between India and the US?
I think, you do see that this is a strategic relationship. If you look at both the joint statement and the fact sheet, which I think people should, because you really get the details, there's definitely a strategic aspect driving this. And you see it in the sense that the focus is on security and prosperity as objectives, but doing that through building resilience, through technology and talent development. So as I think President Biden put it well, where he said this is about unlocking a shared future, the Prime Minister used the term a new dawn. But I actually think people should stop making such a big fuss about transactionalism. It is good to have a certain amount of transactionalism. To me, that suggests both sides are getting something out of the relationship. It is mutually beneficial, which is the case. So I don't think, people should say, oh, this is transactional. In every relationship, there's a certain amount of transactionalism. That's normal. That's good. That's actually natural.
Professor Nuruddin, the Biden administration faced some pushback from within the Democrat camp on issues of human rights in India. We saw that question being raised in the press conference yesterday. Do you think that issue is adequately settled, or do you think this is something which will keep festering in a way that it puts some pressure on the government to taper its actions accordingly?
I don't think it will taper the actions, but I don't think the question is settled. And it's up to India to decide how that question gets asked and answered in the coming years. If there are unfortunate incidents at home, the question will continue to arise over here. You can't both be in the limelight, get the red carpet rolled out, and expect there not to be the attention even on the negative things. So the best case scenario over here is that India makes it a non-issue, that the election in 2024, as we would all expect, is free and fair, that the rhetoric that surrounds the election is civil and competitive, messy, right? But nothing that crosses the lines. And then I think the issue goes away. For some people, of course, democracy and human rights, including for Mr. Biden, is supposed to be a defining issue of the foreign policy. As long as that rhetoric is key in Washington, D.C., India should expect for there to be scrutiny but hopefully it will continue to pass that test with flying colors.
No, but the Prime Minister took those questions head on, and I think even in his address to the US Congress and in that press conference, Tanvi, he basically kept referring to democracy being the answer, that this is a democratic government, we're answerable to the Constitution, and suggesting that hello and a warm
require that India and the United States work and lead together, and we all.
Even sky is not the limit.
Tanvi, he basically kept referring to democracy being the answer, that this is a democratic government, we're answerable to the Constitution, and suggesting that there is no way in which anything that's written in the Constitution will be violated, and reaffirming his commitment publicly to trying to ensure that India lives up to all constitutionally enshrined values.
Well, in India is regularly invoked democracy. You saw this even in the Prime Minister's departure statement, where he talked about shared values of diversity, democracy and freedom. But that's also why you are going to hear people then hold India to that standard, because India holds itself to that standard. And so when the Prime Minister said at the press conference that, where there is no human rights, there is no democracy, you will hear that being invoked by others. I think there's another aspect as well, right? This democracy isn't just a values thing here. It is about today, about the contrast, that it is about strategy. And, it was for some reason controversial, but President Obama's remarks yesterday, it's actually a bit of a no-brainer, right? Both the US and India should care that each country should not be so riven with internal differences that you focus internally and aren't able to play that strategic role. Second, if the theory of the case on the economic and technological side is we can be trusted partners, hint, hint, China is not, what makes India different? It's open, it's transparent, it follows the rules of the road. So democracy in its various aspects is something that both countries have invoked, and both countries will be held up to in terms of that standard.
Let's spend a moment on President Barack Obama's comments yesterday. In an interview to Christiana Manpo, Michael Kugelman, he talks about wanting President Biden to do more in his conversations with Prime Minister Modi. Is that something that did the timing strike you as being slightly odd, given the fact that Biden is a Democrat president? He used to be Obama's vice president, and this is Biden's big jamboree. He's invited a guest over, and here pops out President Obama making the kind of comments he did.
Well, let's keep in mind that President Barack Obama, when he was president, speaking in New Delhi in 2015, had made some very similar comments. So one could argue that perhaps he's had these views before, and that he didn't just decide to use the opportunity of President Biden meeting with Modi to invoke them. I think that's an important point to put out there. Clearly, President Biden was not going to take his former boss's advice and bring up the issues in that way. I mean, clearly, the administration is concerned about these issues in India, and I think that for the administration, one of the goals was simply to convey that concern in private conversations, but not to...
Hello.
American lawmakers, standing in a queue to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the Capitol in Washington. As Modi becomes the first Prime Minister to address US Congress twice, his 57-minute-long speech received 79 applauses, 15 standing ovations from the members of the Congress and the Indian American community in the galleries. During the address, Modi Modi chants were also heard from the galleries by the diaspora. And what followed after showed India's rising power in international corridors. Members of the US Congress rushed to click selfies with Prime Minister Modi. Some even waiting in a queue for an autograph from the Indian Prime Minister.
While we were in the press gallery, when that speech was going on, I saw a lot of the people who were there quite gobsmacked by the fact that in the visitors' gallery, there were chants of Modi Modi, which hadn't been heard typically. Typically, it doesn't happen, right? So you got all these people almost as if it's some kind of an arena or a political rally chanting Modi Modi in the US Congress, and that also gave to the American politicians a sense of the deep popularity that the Prime Minister enjoys to this day.
At the state dinner at the White House hosted by the Bidens, Desi musical connect was on full display. Rendition of Shah Rukh Khan's Tara Chaiya Chaiya was performed by the Pen Masala group, while classical violin was also heard during the event. This was a significant meeting of world's largest and oldest modern democracies. In the high-profile guest list of 400 invited attendees, who's who from different industries was seen arriving for the dinner, adorning gorgeous attire, many showcasing the Indian Connect. Business tycoons Nita and Mukesh Ambani, who called this a historic visit. Industrialist Anand Mahindra, Google CEO Sundar Pichai, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, former chairperson of PepsiCo Indra Nooyi, film director M. Night Shyamalan, and many more. Also present were members of the Biden administration. Pichai was also seen obliging attendees at the state dinner with photographs. The second day of Prime Minister Modi's visit to the United States of America was clearly a star-studded affair, where he raised a toast to India-US friendship and ensuring that India cannot be ignored anymore in world politics. With Rahul Kamal and Geeta Mohan in Washington, Bureau Report, India Today.
About the mood in America, because that's way outside congressional control or even the Biden administration's nudges and pushes. They'll make their own minds if they think it would be profitable to invest in India. Are US corporations this moment in a let's see how it goes, dip our feet in the Indian water and then build on it? Or do you think they're more and more convinced that India could be the one place, A, because of the domestic market, B, because of geopolitical factors at play, where they should really start now building some roots?
Look, I can't speak for American corporates, but my broader sense is sort of on the one hand, on the other hand. On the one hand, there's certainly an openness to India. There's an enthusiasm about India. This isn't a partisan issue. This isn't just a congressional issue. There's a broader openness and an interest in India that I think we'll see in the private sector as well. On the other hand, there's lots of other places that the United States is looking to invest, and it's really up to India to capitalize on this moment. You know, you opened this conversation with a question about whether this is really a historic meeting, and the answer will be if in a few years from now we can look back and say this was the moment that the United States said yes, and India then moved forward on a variety of cooperative measures and ventures, both state to state and private sector, and really seized that opportunity, the opportunity provided by the conflict with China, and also the opportunity on the defense side provided by questions about Russia as a reliable supplier of Indian equipment, and whether the United States could fill some of those gaps. When we begin to see that, then we'll look back at this moment and say, yeah, that was historic. But that's up to India. A lot of the action will be on the Indian side.
Mm-hmm. Let's spend a moment on politics, because there's a big election both in India and the US up next year, and American politics more fractious at this moment than Indian politics, which seems a bit more settled. But of course, things can change, and who knows? It's a election, and things happen in elections. But do you think that has any bearing at all? Because if you see President Biden, when he came in, there were concerns that given that Prime Minister Modi had been part of that Howdy Trump mega jamboree, and that Kamala Harris was on the vice presidential ticket, that there may be concerns. He seems to have aced navigating this relationship and building on it, despite being a very different public personality from Prime Minister Modi.
I think, we've seen in the United States, you can't find two candidates that are probably more different than President Trump and President Biden. And yet, President Trump really recreated the Quad. President Biden doubled down on it. The concept of Indo-Pacific has remained throughout. So if you see continuity on policy towards India between, successive presidents that are this different from each other, I have high confidence that whoever is going to be next will maintain that as well. In India, you think of the Modi government and expectations that they've got a pretty good chance at returning to power. If they don't, if they're brought in for a coalition, that's again where the United States needs to make sure that we're constantly engaging a lot of these regional parties that we've seen in times past. I mean, those that have been on the India beat for just 8 or 9 years, they think single party majority is the norm in India. Those of us that have been doing it a little bit longer realize coalitions are common, and coalition moments have actually been the biggest obstacle sometimes to getting big things done. So even if Modi government comes back but loses a few seats, they're forced into a coalition, it could be a lot of these regional parties that could be king and queen makers on big things happening. So engaging those is going to be important for us to keep in mind as well.
The India-US relationship, Tanvi, has been marching forward at different speeds, regardless of who's in power in India or in Washington. Do you think the election next year and the fact that you've got two personalities who seem to have hit a particular moment just at this instance, does that make any difference in terms of accelerating the speed of building on this relationship? Or do you think there's enough of an institutional framework where whoever it is in power, it doesn't really matter, it only is tangentially consequential?
So I think it's quite clear that both sides, recognizing that after many years you're going to have India and the US go to election in the same year, that they wanted to try to get as much done in this visit, in President Biden's visit for the G20, but potentially also for a Quad summit that will be held in India, to try to get as much done before both sides start getting involved in their election years. And then momentum just slows from the government side. But I think the test of this relationship, when it'll become truly natural, so to speak, is when you don't need the governments constantly facilitating, that they just create the enabling environment and the private sector takes on, the labs take on, the civil society, universities. And so if you go back and look at what they have, all these initiatives, it's about saying, look, we've done our work as much as possible. Our bureaucracies will continue to work. We've sent them the signal. But look, we are going to be involved in other, our elections, our domestic politics. You guys now need to move this forward.
What's your sense of President Biden's re-election chances at this moment in the manner in which American politics is shaping up?
If I get this right, you got to buy me dinner at Bukhara in Delhi. I think at this point you'd have to say that Mr. Biden is in a good position. The economy has done much better than everyone expected, and the Republican Party is about to go through a nomination fight that's going to be extremely bruising. Right? And so anytime an incumbent is running for election, the odds are in their favor in the American context. The 2020 election where Mr. Trump lost was the exception that in some ways proved the rule. It was really unusual. So Biden has the advantage, but it's going to be a really ugly campaign, regardless of what happens. America, as you pointed out in your lead-in to this conversation, is as fractious as it's been in a long time. And key to that is a real debate about what America's role in the world is. You can't both have America sort of go out, be a force for good in the world, and have America being made great again with a very internal isolationist bent. India could be collateral damage in that fight. And look, one of the reasons that you might see a sense of not caution, a lot of enthusiasm for what's happened over the last 24 hours is because, well, some of us are older than others, but I mean, we remember 2007. You want to talk about two leaders putting a lot of personal political capital into getting the US-India civil nuclear deal. That was the game changer. It was supposed to be the same announcements that we're talking about today, the same language. But 16 years later, we know that that just never came to fruition. And as my colleagues have pointed out, that's because governments can put us on the right strategic path. But if you can't get private sector buy-in at every level, you don't deliver on the full potential. And we are going to have to see, I love the way Dan put it, we'll know whether this was a historic moment a decade from now. right, when we'll know whether or not many of these announcements really not only came to fruition, but generated even more investment, even more deep partnership, such that we're no longer wondering whether or not the two leaders have a personal rapport, because there's just so much else happening. So we're going to have to see. But right now, I'm betting on Biden coming back.
That's a very important point you make, because if you remember the amount of noise and hype there was around the US-India nuclear deal, at the end of it, there's very little tangible takeaway for either side from that deal, particularly here in the US. So in the last part of this conversation, I want to focus on where the relationship goes from here. Richard, we're seeing America and lots of American companies talking now about more de-risking